Dr. Nick Begich is the eldest son of the late United States Congressman from Alaska, Nick Begich Sr., and political activist Peggy Begich. He is well known in Alaska for his political activities. He was twice elected president of both the Alaska Federation of Teachers and the Anchorage Council of Education. He has been pursuing independent research in the sciences and politics for most of his adult life. Dr. Begich received his doctorate in traditional medicine from the Open International University for Complementary Medicines in November of 1994. He is chairman of Earth Pulse Press, Inc., a research publishing and consulting organization. He co-authored the book Angels Don't Play This HAARP, Advances in Tesla Technology, and wrote Towards a New Alchemy, The Millennium Science. He is the editor of the Earth Pulse Flashpoints, a continuing new science book series. The good doctor has published articles in science, politics, and education, and is indeed a well-known lecturer, having presented throughout the U.S. and in 19 countries over the past 2 years, has been featured as a guest on gazillions of radio and TV broadcasts, on his research activities on the HAARP project, new technologies, health, and environmental issues. He has also appeared on dozens of TV documentaries and other programs throughout the world covering the various areas of his work. Now, since Dr. Begich was last with us, I would suggest we've got about 100 new affiliates, which means we have literally millions of people in big cities like Boston, Philadelphia, blah, 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 on and on, who have never heard of Dr. Begich, have never heard of Project HAARP in Alaska, and are going to be shocked to find out what it's all about, which is what we're going to find out beginning now. Dr. Begich, welcome to the program.
It's good to be with you all again.
It's been a while, and as I said, we've got an awful lot of people out there who have no idea whatsoever what HAARP is, and I might even refresh my own memory, Doctor. How did you first learn about HAARP to even think about investigating or trying to find out more about it?
Well, that's really a good story. When I was looking at this issue, it was purely by accident. We had read a very short article in a magazine. Actually, many of your listeners will know the magazine. It was Nexus, and it was maybe a 5-column-inch article that mentioned HAARP. It caught my attention because the article was startling. I mean, as we talk about it, everyone will know what that means, but it was startling. And I said, this is something happening supposedly in my own backyard. I like to think that, I'm pretty informed on what's happening in Alaska because of my activity here. And it was something I knew virtually nothing about. So my first stop was to our community library to pull the sources that were referenced in the article, which is sort of my habit. When I see something that really requires some attention and may be highly controversial, my first thing is verify the sources. So that's what I did.
All right. Well, roughly, what did Nexus say? I mean, it had to say enough to get you intrigued.
They did. They were something. The article was about a superweapon being developed here in Alaska, and this weapon was designed along a series of patents by a gentleman, Dr. Bernard Eastland, who's a quite brilliant scientist, a physicist. And in that, what they suggested, such things as being able to block global communications would be possible, alter weather and climate, affect human behavior. A number of other things were cited in this article, all of which I find quite shocking. And the idea that it could be happening in Alaska, we have a small population but a big area, so things tend to circulate within that small population pretty readily. And
now, you ran over that awfully fast. Block terrestrial communications, correct?
Yes.
What else?
Affect climate and weather in terms of being able to manipulate it or move it.
And?
The idea that it could affect human beings, biological systems in a negative way was pointed out as well. And the idea, and I don't know whether I did mention this, the idea of over-the-horizon radar capability and a number of things that went along with that. And those were the things that just showed up in that really short article, but they were all very startling kinds of activities. And it was really characterizing and describing to me something, in the back of my mind, having read a lot over the course of years and read some references to Nikola Tesla's work. That was my intuition, and what the intuition proved out with the library stop and pulling the documents was, in fact, much of this technology, at least the creative stimulus for this technology, was indeed based on earlier ideas of Nikola Tesla, who was a quite brilliant turn-of-the-century inventor.
Huh. Were these all... Well, obviously, then at that point, you went to investigate yourself. These are not trivial goals. And is this a private, let's start out this way, is it a private venture or a government venture?
It's a government project. It's run by the Air Force and Navy in cooperation with a number of academic institutions and large private corporations. The private corporations actually develop the science, the military develops the applications, and the academic community provides a core of scientists and researchers who also have, of course, other interests in the project as well that I'm sure their research involves non-military uses as well as the military applications.
Do you think, and this is a kind of a sensitive question, we'll get into the details about HAARP, but do you think that there are a benign scientists who are relatively benign, who are working kind of in the dark? In other words, the military frequently manipulates scientists into thinking they are doing and developing some technology for the good of mankind, when the military and their investment in the project is not necessarily for the reasons they have told the scientists.
Absolutely. That's part of the nature of developing weapons technology is the idea that first you compartmentalize the research, make it into the smallest little parts you can that still are functional. And then the other is that the concept of need to know, where people only know what's necessary for them to complete their small piece. So a lot of times, technicians and scientists and others get involved in projects. They really don't see the big picture deliberately. That's the way these systems are designed. And they may work along for quite a while and never realize what they're doing, or at a very, very late date finally realize how what they've done interacts with other scientific research and then produces a new system. That's how the Manhattan Project, as an example, that brought us the atomic bomb, was entertained, and virtually every other major weapons system has been developed in the same basic pattern.
HAARP is an acronym for what?
High Frequency Active Auroral Research Project. And, when you think about, first of all, high frequency is a bit of a misnomer in this sense. The initial stimulus for the ionosphere, which is we're going to talk about with the Aries A effect, but this is an area well above the Earth's surface, is in the high frequency range, but it has a much broader capability, and as we get into the more technical areas, we can cover that later tonight. But it's got a very broad range of frequency that it covers. Mm-hmm. It's essentially a very large radio frequency transmitter on the ground that has just some very unique characteristics to it. As we go through, we'll talk about.
Where is this project physically located?
Okay, the HAARP facility is at Kokona, Alaska, which is about 250 miles northeast of Anchorage. There's a companion transmitter, a smaller one called High Pass, located at near Fairbanks, Alaska. And there's a number of similar systems operated throughout the world, but none with the capability, at least the capability where HAARP is headed.
All right. I know Anchorage because I live there. In fact, I was there not long ago. And Anchorage is a very interesting city. It is a full-size city, no question about it. But the moment you leave Anchorage, past, say, Eagle River, you're nowhere.
That's right.
So 250 miles northeast of Anchorage, well, that's kind of got to be out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, in fact, there's a book that I think it is called The Middle of Nowhere, but it's basically describing where the military locates these projects.
Yes.
And it is in the middle of nowhere. I mean, there's a very small community there. It's very rural. I mean, rural in a sense that people who don't live in Alaska have very little concept of what rural is unless you're in Canada or Alaska.
Oh, it's true.
And there's no fences. It's wide open, very sparsely populated. The bulk of the land in Alaska is federal land, so there's plenty to choose from. In this case, it's an area that was initially intended for the backscatter or over-the-horizon radar that they've actually built the HAARP on. So it's a pretty good site in terms of size, and it's remote, meets the criteria of remoteness, and yet far enough north to be in the position that it needs to be in to do the kind of work.
Well, yeah, but the people in the project maintain that there's no harm to human beings that would come from HAARP, right?
They maintain that, yes.
Uh-huh. Then why did they have to build it 250 miles northeast of Anchorage?
Well, one of the other problems is it does interfere with communication systems. I mean, much smaller transmitters have been tried in more urbanized areas, and at least that's the public excuse is, this will interfere with communications. In fact, it's funny is when they were locating it in Alaska, they were so concerned about the communications, a couple of locations were eliminated that were probably more suited in many other ways, but were near military installations, and it would interfere with their communication systems. So they moved it out into bush Alaska. And the problem there is Alaskans, or the rural parts of this state, rely on communication systems for our very life. I mean, once you get out of the urban areas.
Oh, I'm well aware of that. I get calls from many Alaskans in the bush using satellite phones and various other forms of radio or satellite communications. There's no question about it. Dr. Begich, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour, and we will be back in a moment. Terrestrial communications affect our weather. Yeah, like we really need that. Affect biological systems. Now, that means you and me. Or provide over-the-horizon radar, or even map underground tunnels and bunkers. What could do that? Perhaps HAARP. HAARP sounds like such an innocuous thing. A HAARP has a nice tune, a relaxing tune. One thinks of an angel, in fact, when one thinks of a HAARP. But not necessarily this HAARP. One other item, when you go to my website, by the way, Keith, if you're out there listening, attention, Keith, if you can put a front page pointer to the antenna array of HAARP, I would really appreciate it. I'll try and back that up with a phone call to see if perhaps Keith is, he may not be listening to every minute of the show, but we've got a photograph of the antenna array, the HAARP antenna array, and it is relevant. So you're going to want to go up to my website and take a look. So, Keith, if you can get a front page pointer in the new items to that antenna array photograph, I would heartily appreciate it for tonight at least, or maybe through the weekend. And one other note, when you get up to my website to see Bigfoot or the antenna array, whatever reason, be sure and go over to the Rogue Market and buy some Art Bell stock. You wouldn't believe it. My stock price now per share is $43,849.35. Not only have we surpassed all the other talk show hosts offered up there, but just about everybody else in the Rogue Market as well. It is astounding, and those who buy Art Bell stock now in the Rogue Market are bound to get rich in Rogue dollars over the next week or so as the stock continues to go right through the roof. I am, of course, worried that Alan Greenspan will say something about irrational exuberance with relation to my stock price, but I can assure you it is not overpriced. And in fact, our earnings report is very bright indeed, so I expect the stock to soar. Here, once again, is Dr. Nick Begich. Doctor, these are very, very, very serious things. Blocking terrestrial communications. Let's think about that. Why would we want to block terrestrial communications? Well, if there was some kind of conflict, some kind of war, we might want to do it. But that's the only reason I can imagine.
Yeah, that's the premise under which it's sort of unveiled in the course of the patents. We've been very careful to try and keep the documentation in order in terms of laying this out. So we footnote everything very carefully. When you look at the whole idea of knocking out communications, one of the attributes of this system as well is not only can they knock out everyone else's communication, but they can also use the same system while they're doing that to carry their own communications. In other words, they can talk to each other, but no one else can talk to each other. And that would include radio like this, television, virtually all forms of communication, including landline communication. In fact,
you have got to be kidding. Now, for example, I can understand that they could affect the ionosphere. At night, a lot of the radio stations I'm on right now bounce very strong signals off the ionosphere and back to the ground, and that's how people are able to hear these big 50,000-watt radio stations hundreds of miles away. Now, are you telling me they could block that?
Yeah, absolutely. At high enough power levels, of course, beyond the developmental prototype stage, but the full power array system that they envision, that's exactly right. It's similar. The talk recently about the solar event that heads our way and creates disruption in communication, and it creates sometimes can even create power grid failures and so on. Essentially what that is an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse coming from the sun and passing through our system.
As a matter of fact, Doctor, there are bulletins all over the place. There have been 2 X-class events on the sun, which are considered to be the strongest of all that are headed our way.
Right. And this is what you have here is you have something on the ground that's operating essentially in the cavity between the upper ionosphere and the Earth. And so it's working a little bit differently, but it's a controlled, coherent, rhythmic, if you will, signal that's allowing the energy in some cases to bounce, in some cases changing the state of the ionosphere, and others following magnetic field lines that surround the Earth. But whichever application or however they're applying the technology, in the case of communications, it's essentially an artificial electromagnetic pulse. We used to be able to create those with a thermonuclear detonation in the upper atmosphere, or they occur naturally with solar activity.
You mean it could be that strong? Now, I understand a nuclear detonation up high would provide an EMP that would knock out computers, would prevent communications and all the rest of it. And you're telling me that HAARP could conceivably produce an artificial or the same rough effect without the nuclear detonation?
Exactly. And so from a military perspective, it obviously has advantages because you can control it with some precision, as well as you don't have the radioactive fallout that you would get from a thermonuclear blast.
Good Lord. I should add that I already looked. Keith is a fast guy, and if you'll go to my website in the new items right there at the top, you'll see a link. Go look at the HAARP antenna array. We've got an actual picture of it, and a doggone good one, I might add, on the website right now. It is a remarkable sight, Doctor, to look at this array. Now, let's move to another category. Before we begin describing what HAARP really is technically, there is a suggestion it could affect the weather?
Absolutely. In fact, one of the things that comes up in the patents initially is the idea that you could use this for creating a couple different ways, actually. One, by making a hole in the ionosphere, which is one of the stated military uses. What happens is a hole appears, and this hole appears 30 miles where the ionosphere begins, about 30 miles above the Earth's surface, and would extend several hundred kilometers up and maybe be around 30, 40 kilometers in diameter. What happens is lower atmosphere then rushes in to fill that void, and there's a number of uses for that atmosphere being in that place, but what it also does is alter localized weather patterns. Now, this is with a small array. With a much larger array, you can do a lot more with it.
Now, let me understand. The HAARP transmitter blasts a hole through the ionosphere, and you said 30 to 40 kilometers diameter?
Yes, that's the potential, yes, at the first phase.
That's at the first phase. Good Lord. And then the lower atmosphere rushes in to fill that void, And the lower atmosphere, of course, is where our weather is, clouds, winds, whatever. And so it literally sucks the weather up.
More or less. I mean, it eventually restabilizes, as at least they tell us it does. But the idea is what you then have is in the localized area, you have a big shift in the way weather patterns are moving. And in Alaska, where much of the weather for the lower 48 states and Canada originates, I mean, this is a very significant a factor because it can certainly move things around in an undesirable or maybe a desirable way, but we're playing with something that what you affect in one part of the planet is not going to operate in a vacuum. It's going to have a profound effect as things move around in the way the Earth is more or less an interactive system. You can't just do it here and expect it not to have any effect anywhere else.
Well, in other words, if you cause it to rain through some manipulation in Area A, that means that it would not rain in Area B, where it would have otherwise rained. Is that roughly true?
That's a good example. And you know, in fact, there's a quote that I can give that was given earlier this year, you know, much after our book came out, by Secretary of Defense Cohen, talking about weather change. And he was actually lecturing. He was lecturing at the well, let me see. It was a Mahler Auditorium, University of Georgia, on the 28th of April this year, and he said, this is our Secretary of Defense, and I quote, "Others are engaging in even in an eco-type of terrorism whereby they can alter the climate, set off earthquakes, volcanoes remotely through the use of electromagnetic waves," unquote. And what Cohen was referring to was this new class of weaponry that can be used for manipulating geophysical systems. In fact, talking about HAARP in this context, there's another writer, Brooks Agnew, who published an article called Looking Through the Earth, which talks about the Earth-penetrating tomography, the X-raying, if you will, in the vernacular of the Earth, and using this HAARP system. And he suggests that if they hit the specific resonant frequencies that he discovered in his work or in the early middle 70s, what will be found is that you can, in fact, trigger these kinds of geophysical events within the Earth. And now we have our Secretary of Defense suggesting, in the context of this question and answer period at the end of his lecture in Georgia, that terrorist organizations may also possess this capability. And yet here we have in Alaska a system that's being designed that will operate within the frequency ranges necessary for creating exactly these kinds of events, and will operate in modes that fall along that same line. So we're obviously concerned about it. Whether they know this at the front end of the project is a concern to us as well, because this is something they may inadvertently do as a side effect in the course of their experimentation.
How much do they know about the effect that HAARP will have when it's cranked up to full power? And we'll be covering that here in a bit. And how much is guesswork? I know that before we exploded the first atomic bomb, there was considerable opinion that the entire atmosphere might go into a chain reaction and we'd blow ourselves to smithereens. That, of course, did not happen, but they thought it might. And frankly, at the moment they pushed the button, they weren't absolutely sure what was going to happen.
You know, I think that's a fair analogy and one we've used in the past. And when you look at this system, the first thing we note is that they don't know. Once they hit certain power levels and certain thresholds, it's beyond anything they've experienced before, and they know that it will throw a portion of the ionosphere into a state of chaos. And then they suggest that energy release, as it finds a place to restabilize, it will reorganize at some higher level. And they don't know where that higher level is. John Heckscher, who was the program manager on this project for the military, even in a piece of film I saw recently, indicated they don't know. That's the whole purpose of the experimentation. And the view of it, in some of the literature that they've produced, they talk of it as a plasma laboratory in the sky. And that's
great.
You know, I mean, that's the mindset going in. So I think that's, and that's part of the problem as well.
Well, this reminds me of scientists who are sort of inquiring minds and saying things like, well, let's take a whole bucket full of C4 and put it down here in this earthquake fault zone and see what happens.
I think that's another analogy that could be applied. I think in some instances, however, a lot of these scientists really don't have a clue. In other instances, I think they're well aware, and for whatever reasons, they feel like they can do this safely. What we found, and one of the things that came up with Brooks Agnew's work, which is, again, this earth-penetrating tomography or X-raying of the Earth, he was able to do with 30 watts of electrical energy in the radio frequency, converting it into radio frequency range, was able to penetrate the Earth a couple of kilometers deep and actually demonstrate in 9 states and 26 drilling programs, demonstrate that just as accurately as the drill logs showed, his earth-penetrating tomography method with 30 watts could weigh out the strata of the ground, including showing oil fields, gas pockets, and so on, with 96% accuracy.
Was this an on-site application? In other words, he had to go and apply this 30 watts of RF energy directly to the area he was examining?
Yeah, but it covered a very large area. And what he suggests in this is that with the amounts of energy involved in HAARP, if they hit those same resonant frequency ranges at sufficient power levels, he equates it to possibly a couple of things occurring. One thing that he projects might occur is you get this more or less a standing wave that keeps amplifying in energy until energy is released, and what ends up happening is you trigger energy that's maybe in place in the Earth, like along a fault line where there's stress is building up.
Yes.
You hit the right resonant frequencies, you could cause that stress to release prematurely or release more energetically than maybe it naturally would, triggering an earthquake. The other thing that he suggests is that when they're running the system, that it might actually, in some modes of operation, act as a shunt or a carrier of current, if you will, allowing the ionosphere to follow that, which is a charged area, for the electrons to discharge through the ionosphere, through that shunt, back down to the Earth. And what he suggests, and this is his worst case, I must say, his worst case scenario, would be as if the largest bolt of lightning in the world were striking the Earth 40 times a second in that spot. Now that's, from his perspective, a worst case scenario, but it echoes of what the earlier statements by our U.S. Senator Ted Stevens when he was on the Capitol Hill in the early 90s pitching this program. On the floor of the Senate, he suggested that that's exactly what this system was designed to do, was to shunt energy out of the ionosphere for use on the Earth. And he was quickly dismissed by a lot of people for that. But the fact is, here it is coming full circle, and now someone else is expressing not the wonderful attribute of that, but that there might be some real problems associated with that particular.
All right, Doctor, I'm a ham radio operator, and though I now live out in a very suburban-type area where I don't bother people, hams run a lot of power, not to compare with HAARP, but they run power. And frequently, when you're in a suburban-type neighborhood, with homes close by, people are watching their TVs or listening to their stereos, and any little tiny hiccup in the picture, any little unusual sound in the sound system, and they will inevitably go and bang on the door of the ham radio operator in the neighborhood and blame them. And I wonder if HAARP is suffering some of that kind of psychology. In other words, we get El Nino, there's big waves, bad weather, it's HAARP. I've got a headache today, it's HAARP. Communications are rotten today, it's HAARP. Could some of that be going on? Absolutely. In fact, it's one of the, I would say if there's any discouraging points along the way of trying to get this story out, it's been that. In the sense that, it's a lot of sincere people that are concerned about the project, but making, correlations that aren't necessarily there. I mean, is it plausible? Certainly. But is it happening and is it credible? That's something that, would really require independent monitoring to know, A, it's firing at the time in which the observances are being made, and B, that those observances are frequent and reoccurring as the system fires within the certain frequency ranges. I mean, that kind of analysis and monitoring is not being done. It's one of the things we've been, trying to have happen since we started this. But there's a lot of connections. All right, Doctor, we're at the top of the hour. Stay right there. Tell us the truth about a project like this. I live in the state of Nevada. pretty sparsely populated. We have the nuclear test site just across from me here. And when I used to live in Las Vegas, the government would consistently assure us that the underground tests that they were doing had no possibility whatsoever of leaking radiation into the atmosphere. None. Absolutely safe, they would say. However, on days when they were going to conduct a test, they would send out a warning that anybody on a high building in Las Vegas should get out of any precarious position they might be in. But even more worrisome, after stating there could be no leak, if the winds, the prevailing winds, happened to be blowing from the test site toward Las Vegas, they called off the test. Now, I always found those assurances and then the reality of the calling off of the test when the winds were going the wrong way to be a bit of a problem. If nothing can leak, then what difference does it make which way the wind is blowing? And I'm not sure which way the wind is blowing with HAARP. Doctor, welcome back to the program.
Good to be back.
Let us explain to the audience, for those who don't know, what the ionosphere is. Now, with a big radio station, a lot of people listening at hundreds of miles of distance, they don't know that there is this ionosphere that it goes all the way around the Earth at about what altitude, Doctor?
It starts at about 30 miles and then goes up several hundred miles high, and it's a energized area, and it acts as a reflector for radio signals, more or less, allowing them to go across and over the horizon, so people can hear this broadcast tonight, for that matter. The condition of the ionosphere has a direct effect also on the quality of that signal. So part of the whole idea of learning about the ionosphere is to learn how to better manipulate and control the processes of the ionosphere, so you can have clearer communications. That's certainly part of this HAARP project as well. The thing about the ionosphere is it also is a protective layer. It keeps incoming radiations of various kinds from coming into our immediate environment, like X-rays and cosmic rays and various particle streams.
Yeah, I was going to say, even though it is convenient to bounce radio signals off of, one has to imagine there is a use for it in the greater ecological sense for the Earth.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, when you think about holes in the ionosphere versus, for instance, holes in the ozone layer, ozone protects us or filters out ultraviolet light.
Right.
If it comes through, we get sunburn and skin cancers.
Right.
On the other hand, the ionosphere filtering out these much more powerful particle streams basically keep everything intact. I mean, if they were allowed to pass freely into the planet, they would alter the genetic blueprint of the planet. They would have profound effects on every living organism in the world. So
really,
it's a very important layer. I mean, what happens there is very relevant. The fact that we're playing with it is one of the things that needless to say, concerns us.
Okay. Ham radio operators like myself transmit signals that bounce off the ionosphere in short waves. Now, we begin with an antenna on the ground that has the various sorts of antennas, there are many, that has a very narrow beam width, very narrow. When we start transmitting, if you can imagine, it's just a very narrow little pinpoint, and as it goes toward the ionosphere, it broadens out and broadens out and broadens out, and so when it hits the ionosphere, it is indeed a very broad signal. Right. And then is reflected back to Earth, and the next time it goes up, it's even broader. So it hits the ionosphere, in effect, very lightly. Yes,
and as it spreads out, as that energy spreads out, more or less, what you get is a increase or a decrease rather in power density, which is why the further away you get, the softer the signal. What you have with HAARP is something much different. You have a phased array antenna field, which is nothing unique about phased array antennas, except the software and the configuration of this field. And when you look at Art's website, you'll see it. I mean, what happens is they fire the antennas in a specific sequence to create a focusing ability. Using a principle of cyclotron resonance, we're able to focus the energy into a relatively small area. So instead of spreading out with distance, it focuses or concentrates. In the same way, an analogy could be drawn with the way that a light leaves a flashlight. It spreads out very, very quickly and dissipates with distance, whereas through a laser it's focused and concentrated. You could think of this as a radio frequency laser, although it's not focusing quite so narrowly and tightly. The principle is there. It's focusing the energy as opposed to letting that energy...
All right. Should I think of this as a radio signal that, the HAARP signal that leaves the Earth in a laser-like way and remains roughly the same diameter when it strikes the ionosphere, or, in fact, does it start out the exact opposite as a broader signal on the ground, which then becomes focused at a very small, relatively pinpoint size when it gets to the ionosphere?
It focuses, it's correct. It's a big field on the ground, and it focuses to a small size. A pinpoint is maybe too much. I mean, that's one of the things that they beat us up for, because we use the expression a point, and in the mathematical sense, that's that infinitely small area. What we're trying to do is illustrate it's focusing it, and then by moving it, by being able to move the array, they can actually steer it the way they can fire it and manipulate it. So even though it's a small area, they can affect in milliseconds the steering of it, so it impacts a larger and larger area by more or less making broad sweeps at a very, very rapid rate, driven by very sophisticated computer software.
All right, and as you said earlier, one of the things it's going to be able to do is to literally poke a hole in the ionosphere, this very important protective layer, poke a hole in it 30 to 40 kilometers in size, literally burning a hole in it, actually.
Right.
And the thinking or the hope is that it will fill back in again after they poke their hole in it.
Right. And the question comes up, and we haven't even breached it, is what do they want to make a hole in there for in the first place?
Well, all right, let's ask. Why do they want to make a hole in the ionosphere?
The thing that we found early on that was interesting is once that lower atmosphere rushes in to fill that space, low-orbiting satellites, if they encounter that pocket of atmosphere, it creates drag forces and actually destroys the object. The other thing that we found more recently, and it was sent to us by one of the largest research institutes in the world, sent us this little blip on new technologies, for instance, for breaking up comets or asteroids and so on, because there's a lot of discussion about that these days.
Oh, yes.
And when you think about a comet enters, for instance, the atmosphere, the thing we all hear about is most of them burn up in the upper atmosphere. You have, as we said, from the lower ionosphere to the Earth, you have about 30 miles.
Right.
If you could, and you can, with a large antenna array used in the manner that HAARP can, you can extend that 30 miles of lower atmosphere, that dense atmosphere. You can push it out another couple hundred kilometers at the same trajectory, at an angle, at the same trajectory as an incoming object. You give more time, almost 5-6 times more time for that object to break up.
That's incredible. Now, if I'm trying to picture this in my mind.
Because it's drag.
You're blown. Here you are blowing a hole in the ionosphere and literally pushing the ionosphere up, or pushing the atmosphere up. So you're saying if they were to detect an object coming toward us, they could add a couple of 100 miles more of burn time for this thing to burn up. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's the way it's described. And this is by one of the top atmospheric physicists in the world out of the former Soviet Union, which incidentally was doing quite a bit of work with phased array antennas and what they accurately, more accurately than us, call an SDI system.
All right. We also have, in fact, I use every day I take weather photographs, NOAA satellites, which orbit just a couple 100, 300 miles, whatever it is, above the Earth, and they are called polar orbiters. Now, clearly, they would be in the range. You said the ionosphere goes 30 miles to hundreds of miles up, so they could blow a hole ahead of one of these satellites, and when the satellite hit this denser atmosphere that had been pushed up, it would create drag and bring that sucker down, wouldn't it?
That's correct. That is absolutely correct.
Wow.
And, you know, and the thing about it is if they're right and it does fill in relatively quickly,
yes,
once you switch it off, it's one of these unexplained events. You know, it's not like a missile hitting it that leaves a trail. You could certainly monitor it with the right equipment, but it's one of these things you can plausibly deny as well. So it becomes interesting as, again, as a ground-based Star Wars weapon system. And the interesting part of that is at the very end of the last presidential election, when Dole was debating the issue of Star Wars and starting to raise that again, he said the cost had dropped substantially. And the reason he said it had dropped is he also said that it went from a satellite-based system augmented by some things on the ground to the opposite. 4 satellite or ground-based systems augmented by satellites in orbit. So you have with HAARP really a developmental prototype that presents some of that technology for the military. The things that we're concerned about is not so much the defense applications, because I still think we're in a volatile world, but it's the risk factors associated with getting us that capability, and we need to make sure that we're approaching it from...
Well, we'll talk about the biological effects of this. They tried firing a laser at a satellite here recently, and they did fire a ground-based laser at a satellite, and I have not heard the results yet. Are you privy to those results?
I haven't seen the results, but we've been tracking, laser technologies for quite a while. And, there's the testing of these systems that supposedly, if you'd read press reports 3 years ago, they were denying that anything exciting was happening there. Uh-huh. And now they're telling us they're doing the tests. And that's very typical of the way these kinds of projects are developed.
So they're still very obviously interested in ways to disable orbiting satellites. Very, very interested. And HAARP might be a much better, more efficient, cheaper, and again, effective way to disable a satellite than a ground-based laser, which has to penetrate a very great deal of the lower atmosphere, and that's very hard.
Exactly. And the other part of all of this is when you're talking about technologies, the military follows several lines of research at once. What you have with HAARP, and we've touched on just a few of the applications so far, is it's a very versatile tool. It has a lot of different capabilities. It's that variety or that versatility that make it unique. I mean, in the sense of here you have a system that you can use as we said, for earth-penetrating tomography, for communications. You can also use it for communicating with submarines at higher data rates. You can use it for transporting energy from one place on the planet to another.
Oh, brother.
In fact, there's a...
okay, Doctor, hold that thought. We're at the bottom of the hour again. We'll be right back, Doctor. Nick Begich is my guest. All right. Now, they're up there, many of them, looking at that antenna array. Now comes the really scary part about all of this. As a ham radio operator, I've got a station here next to me. I love it, as a matter of fact, and I run 1,000 watts of RF energy. And that gets me around the world quite handily. Thank you very much. Then you might look to commercial broadcasting. And I've got AM radio stations scattered all over the country, many of them running as much as the legal maximum 50,000 watts. That enables people to hear literally sometimes all the way to New Zealand and Australia and all over the world. So it gives people a sense of what we're about to talk about. I run 1,000 watts. The big stations run 50,000 watts. What are the plans for this HAARP project?
The first phase is for 1 billion watts.
1 billion watts.
That's correct. The second phase goes 4 to 10 billion, depending on which of their documents you read. And this is effective radiated power.
Yes,
and then at the very highest desired level, according to one of the technical memorandums we found in our research, their desired level is for 100 billion watts, which is the level of power that John Heckscher on CBC TV in Canada acknowledged it would take to modify weather on a very broad scale. So you're talking about unprecedented, huge amounts of energy, coherent energy that can be controlled on the ground, manipulated in various ways, and create tremendous weapons effects. and at the same time creating these side effects that we've started to.
That's absolutely an unimaginable amount of power. 100 billion watts.
You know, we had a physicist actually look at that and compare it to a Hiroshima type bomb in terms of if HAARP is operating for a certain amount of time, you know, what does that equate to? And I believe that if I recall correctly, it was about an hour of operating time with HAARP would generate that kind of energy release at its at its upper power levels in this phase.
All focused very tightly on the ionosphere. That's just astounding. Now, I just recently came back from Egypt. Got a chance to lay in the sarcophagus in the Great Pyramid. And there have been a number of experiments, Doctor, of recent days, acoustic experiments done by scientists, which show that the resonant frequency in the pyramids, in the chamber itself, is approximately 7.8 hertz, which also, coincidentally, interestingly, happens to be the resonant frequency of the Earth itself, roughly 7.8 hertz, something like that. Now, the HAARP project will use some higher frequencies, but I have heard rumors that they may transmit down in this extreme low range. Is that true?
Absolutely. In fact, the Schumann's resonance, which is what you've talked about, 7.3 was discovered by a scientist in the 50s, and has now coined the phrase Schumann's resonance, the resonant frequency of the Earth.
Yes, sir.
In fact, right in the middle of our website, it's in our trademark, 7.83 hertz. And what you see in that is that also is the brain frequency of human beings in the alpha state, and in a very good, that particular frequency is extremely good for accelerated learning. And, you know, what we know about HAARP as it relates to extremely low frequencies, ELFs, is that what they do in this situation is they pulse the high frequency energy from the transmitter into the ionosphere, and the pulsing ends up causing the ionosphere to more or less pulse back. In other words, it starts to resonate, vibrate with that incoming pulse. They can even play music and have it vibrate to the music. But when it vibrates, it converts from from DC current to AC current, and becomes virtually like an antenna in the sky, that instead of being a few kilometers long on the ground, it's thousands of kilometers long, and it then sends back to the Earth an ELF signal at the pulse rate. So they can go everywhere from ultra-low frequency all the way up by pulsing and shaping the waveforms on the ground. So it's a very versatile tool. So the ELF then comes back to the Earth. This is what's actually used for the Earth-penetrating tomography application. In fact, the range of frequency for that application, according to the HAARP planners, is 1 to 20 hertz, which correlates to the predominant brain waves of human beings.
Great. All right, so if I understand this correctly, they will fire at the ionosphere this higher frequency, causing it to pulse back, to resonate, and fire back toward the Earth this frequency, which is virtually the, as you mentioned, the Schumann resonance frequency, or the same operating frequency of our brain alpha brain waves.
Absolutely.
No, okay, fine. So here's what's always scared the hell out of me. If they can take this and cause it to penetrate the ground to great distances, searching for underground tunnels and bunkers, right?
Right.
For whatever reason, they would search for these. That's a whole nother subject. Before it can go into the ground, penetrate the ground, it's got to go through the biological organisms that are above ground. Us.
That's correct. In fact, we were very careful when we wrote our book to document each of these areas so that people could, come through that portion of our writing and understand clearly what this means. Because what happens in the ELF range, and what more and more research is showing, is that you can trigger chemical reactions within the body. In fact, there was a document that we cite called Low Intensity Conflict in Modern Technology that was put together by Maxwell Air Force Base, where they describe the use of a pulsed radio frequency weapon for debilitating troops to the point of being combat ineffective.
How so? I mean, what can it do to you?
Well, essentially, if you can manipulate the brain frequencies of humans, one of the things that you could do is make people very lethargic. You could create a situation where they were disoriented. You could, on a more tactical scale, a similar system, but on a much smaller scale and more directed, you could actually, in the course of that document, low intensity conflict, actually stop a heartbeat. So you're talking about something that you
Wait a minute. You never said that before. You could stop a heartbeat?
With a directed energy weapon of a similar nature, but it would be much smaller and much more concentrated in a closer range device, but the same basic technology is there. And this shows up again in military documents that we very carefully cite, because it isn't, this is all those important aspects. Now, with HAARP, it's operating at a lower power density in terms of what's coming back to the Earth. In fact, let's just assume for a minute that the military, as they've stated it to us, are absolutely correct at the energy level coming back with the prototype, which is the small system they have now.
Yeah.
What they say is the energy coming back is approximately the energy density of the Earth. The only difference is that it's coherent or controlled within this 1 to 20 hertz frequency range. Assuming that's correct, and I personally don't believe that is correct. I think that it's higher than that, but let's assume it's correct. Research done at Yale University through the 80s, actually, the early 80s, by Jose Delgado, who had been there for some decades before, doing work on the effects of energy on the brain, electric current particularly, later radio frequency. And what he found is that energy at 1/50th of what the Earth naturally produces was sufficient to change the chemistry in the brain sufficiently to change behavior, almost as easily as turning on and off a light switch. And he demonstrated this with primates and humans in a laboratory environment using a pulsed radio frequency signal. Now, his research was actually cited in the military documents surrounding these new weapons technologies, and it becomes highly disturbing. There's even newer documents that have come out since, one in particular, New World Vistas, which was put out by the Science Advisory Board for the Air Force, projects even more incredible weaponry in terms of this kind of what they're calling non-lethal applications, things that can disturb people and change the behavior of people without necessarily killing them.
Is it within the realm of possibility that, things are heating up with Iraq again?
Yes.
Now, let's say everything went south and we got ourselves into another conflict and we got past the point of lobbing these cruise missiles in, which is what we do when we want to punish him lately, and we had to actually have troops on the field, and we had troops on our side, 500,000, troops on the other side, 500,000. You've got a battlefield situation, tension is building. Would HAARP could it be conceivably used to direct a very, very high energy reflection from the ionosphere to a rather specific point on Earth? And what I'm asking is whether a battlefield force could be disabled or confused or made ineffective at a great distance.
It's interesting, is one of the things that we found in the patent cluster surrounding this project in terms of focusing the energy, which is really important, because for that to work, you really have to focus and maintain the integrity of that focus.
Correct, of course.
Through huge distances.
Yes.
And what they had is 3 patents surrounding the idea of transferring, first of all, converting electrical energy to radio frequency, running it through this array, bouncing it off of a large reflector in space, and then coming back to Earth so that it could be reconfigured back into electrical energy and introduced to the power grid.
Right.
Now, which implies, of course, that you have to be able to control the focus relatively narrowly in order to do that.
Very narrow focus, or you'd be burning things up on the ground.
Right. And at the same time, a reflector that gets hit with a solar wind and moves 1/8 of an inch, when you cover that distance, we know what we can do with getting out of plumb with being off a little bit. This is another risk. But Is it possible? Yes, I think it's possible. The thing that I think is probably more probable, however, is that they'll take the basic knowledge of pulsed radio frequency energy systems and put something together that's much more battlefield appropriate in terms of size and compactness. One of those such devices was actually demonstrated about a year ago on 60 Minutes, creating some controversy, but it really quickly got shut up. I mean, you never heard another word about it. And the problem with it was the side lobes, the energy coming off, not necessarily off the front end of a machine like this, but off the sides, affected the operators as well. So, you know, you've got a lot of energy being generated. One of the things with HAARP that's interesting is this summer they just put, along the Trans-Alaska Pipeline, they put in a new fiber optic cable, and they put a spur over to HAARP so they would be able to have really high data rates communication. And essentially the unit, the buildings and the facilities were designed to run remote, and now they have the fiber optic cables put in this summer to allow them full remote.
If I understand correctly, you're suggesting the operation of the unit itself, and it is true that transmitters affect those near them. As a matter of fact, get this, folks, at power levels way, way down, 1,000 watts, much lower, ham radio operators are now facing the prospect of the Federal Communications Commission regulating their power output down because of concerns about cancer and other biological effects at normal shortwave frequencies of ham operators. And there are going to be EPA studies that are going to have to be done and all the rest of it. And these are at very, very low power levels. And so you're telling me that the HAARP facility may be dangerous for the guys operating it. So they may not operate it. They may do it remotely.
Absolutely. In fact, that's been in the very beginning planning documents of this facility. It was designed to be operated remotely and designed modularly so they could continue to add to it without losing any of the previous investment. And, you know, I mean, at least they're prudent about that side of it. But, I mean, in terms of, as a practical matter, here you have this unprecedented amount of energy. They want to convince the world is safe. And yet, as you said, ham operators now can't even operate safely at 1,000 watts. What makes them they can believe they can operate safely at 1 billion watts is well beyond me and well beyond many of the specialists that we've had on this.
Or 100 times that, the ultimate 100 billion watt figure.
Exactly.
Is anybody speaking up and cautioning against this project? I know certainly you have. You've talked to the people at HAARP. I have invited, as a matter of fact, the people at HAARP to come on and debate you and to straighten out any misconceptions or scaremongering that they figure you might be doing, and they don't want to come on the air.
You know, it's interesting, is they used to grant interviews, at least short ones that they could feel were fairly contained, and they even quit doing that this summer. They denied an interview to Spiegel TV, the largest TV in Germany. They denied an interview to this the Learning Channel Science, Ultra Science program.
Really?
Wants to do an interview.
Really?
And so that's quite uncharacteristic. It's a big shift. It tells us that the questions that they're being asked are becoming more and more sophisticated. One of the things that happened early on, about a year ago, we got the interest of Alaskan legislators, and we had a public hearing, a legislative hearing on HAARP.
Right.
We brought in a physicist, Patrick Flanagan, and we also brought in an atmospheric physicist from Princeton, New Jersey.
Yes.
On our side. That was a lively debate. It generated a lot of interest. The legislator was told not to do another one, so she never would give us another hearing. The next thing that happened was we were contacted by Tom Spencer, who is chairman of the Defense Subcommittee and the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee for the European Parliament.
Right.
We've been now because he's taken this issue on. He read our book, and the interesting thing is he got our book from an individual here in the States who heard us on this show.
Oh, really?
So, I mean, here we are again. But Tom got the book from him. He read it. He passed it to scientists that he knew in Europe, and they basically said, yeah, we're aware of it, but you might want to let this one go. And Tom Spencer is one of those rare politicians that that's the time when he fully engages.
Tell me something, Doctor. If I were being affected by this high energy, biologically affected, what would I feel? Would I just lazy? Would I feel confused?
It depends on how they use it. Certainly, those things can be created. There was, in fact, it shows up in some literature. They tested a similar system, a small system, however, much smaller, at a protest in England that created a dizziness, and it also created bowel movements for the protesters. It was a bad situation. I mean, obviously, but it was.
That'll definitely slow up a protest.
That'll end it real quick. But they can do all of those things, but it depends on how they're operating it. And what we know from the latest research is you can create a number of effects in terms of behavior, being happy, being sad, and animals switching as quickly as switching a light switch.
What about fear? Could they produce?
Absolutely. They could create a highly agitated state. They could create a fear state using the same system. Because when you look at the brainwave patterns of people who are in those states of consciousness, if you can drive a signal in that more or less reproduces it, the brain will entrain or lock onto those signals, more or less mirror them, if the energy is correctly administered.
Okay. Doctor, now having heard all this, the military denies HAARP is a weapon, correct?
Yeah, they do, but it's getting more difficult to maintain that at this point, yes.
Oh, yeah, you could disable people on a battlefield, you could cause confusion, you could cause fear, and they're not going to use that as a weapon. Check.
Right.
Doctor, stand by. We're going to take a top of the hour break, and we'll be right back. Those of you who have never heard Dr. Begich nor heard about HAARP, you now should have a basic understanding of what's up there in Alaska and what's coming. Doctor, here is a fax from Tom listening in Tucson, who says, Art, good morning. I seem to recall reading that the HAARP project was one of last year's most underreported stories, according to a media monitoring service. The project sounds similar to Cassini, where guesses, hidden assumptions, minimization of risk are the rule. Does Dr. Begich feel that bureaucrats are the driving force behind HAARP as opposed to the scientists involved? Shouldn't the public be appraised of the true risks involved in this project?
Yeah, absolutely. That was the whole purpose in us writing our book. In fact, Project Censored, which is the project he's talking about, was the news that didn't make the news, named the HAARP story in 1995 one of the top 10 stories, underreported stories in the country, and named our book last year as one of the 22 most important books of the year, because it did disclose the risks in a way that at least asked the tough and salient questions. Do I think it's something being driven strictly by bureaucrats? No, I think it's a combination of factors. I think the basic thrust is the military's interest in gaining the tool, and they'll use any scientist or anyone else that they can to reach the goal. I mean, it's when we've talked about some of the applications militarily, one of the others is over-the-horizon radar, looking around the curvature of the Earth and detecting incoming objects from ICBMs all the way down to cruise missile heights. So in that sense, strategically, it's very important. They can also, with this same system, using in conjunction with its satellite-based gamma ray detectors, they can determine which of those incoming objects are carrying nuclear payloads. And they can also, with the same system...
No, wait. I've got to stop you. I can understand they could detect an object as radar would return any signal, but I can't... How would they determine that an object is carrying nuclear materials?
The way they describe it, and again, this is in one of the patents held in this cluster of patents surrounding this project, they suggest that there's a unique energetic signal or signature, they call it, around that incoming object. And because of the payload it's carrying, that signature is unique enough to distinguish it from, say, what would be considered decoys, because in a nuclear attack they always envision lots of objects, but only a few actually carrying nuclear weapons.
Sure.
And what they also suggest is that if you increase the power level even more, that you can create what are called bit errors or computer errors on the avionic computers that control those incoming crafts, causing them to malfunction and crash.
Wow.
So you have a very versatile tool from a military standpoint, and that's the drive. I mean, initially, the whole concept was driven by much different objective. It was driven by ARCO power technologies on the desire to find a market for huge supplies of natural gas on the northern slope of Alaska, and that's kind of where it started. What became of that is the concept to use that gas was this system, which got the military very excited because they have been waiting, at least what we can show in our research since 1969, for a system that would allow them to electronically stroke the ionosphere for various weapons applications with this kind of system and at a high enough power. And the document that we found was a book actually called Unless Peace Comes, with a chapter written by a geophysicist who was a specialist in warfare, who was a science advisor to Johnson. And they had looked for this kind of system, and interestingly enough, for triggering geophysical events, such as those we've talked about tonight, and for manipulating the behavior of human beings, are cited in this gentleman's chapter, and he was a world-class scientist. That same research was later cited by Zbigniew Brzezinski in his book Between Two Ages, published in the early 70s. It took approximately 25, 30 years to get from at least the public concept of this idea to the actualization of it. But here it is. We have a system at a developmental prototype state that exists.
All right. This is a very general kind of question, but I think it's worth reflection. Dear Art Nick, there is an equal and opposite reaction for most occurrences on the planet. When you bend something that resists, it usually bends back. When the atmosphere bends back, what do you think will happen?
It is a good question, and that's the nature of the experiment. I mean, for these guys, there already is a lot of natural movement, shifting within the ionosphere, so we know it'll take quite a bit. What isn't known is how it will react with coherent, controlled energy from the ground, because those movements are generally occurring because of things coming in from outside in terms of solar radiation and so on. So, it'll handle a lot of flexibility. The difference is you're dealing with coherent energy. And let me give you another example of why that's relevant. One of the things that showed up in Stanford research that we cite in the book is the idea that if you pulse energy in to the ionosphere, to the very top of the ionosphere where the magnetosphere couples it, if you pulse energy in at the right frequency, there's a window frequency that causes an energy release. In other words, it acts like a trigger on the end of a bullet, releasing energy. In the case of the bullet, it's the gunpowder. In the case of the upper ionosphere, the energy release amplifies the signal up to 1,000 times.
Oh, great.
So now think about it in terms of we have this huge transmitter on the ground that if it hits that specific window frequency that Stanford's defined, you can then cause this amplification effect, literally tapping the energy that's there and allowing it to amplify the signal arriving. That's very important when we talk about energy levels, because the military keeps saying this is just a developmental prototype. It can't do as much as a big system, nowhere near what we're suggesting. And yet, at the same time, the key scientist that discovered this phenomena is one of the scientists assigned to this project who understands the amplification effect. And so we draw into question, look, you guys, how much are you really telling us? And that gets to the crux of the problem.
This sounds like science madness. In other words, it's like an alien spacecraft landing and some guys going on board and saying, hey, let's push this and see what happens. Except that here we're talking about our ionosphere, our protective layer. Now, let me ask what may be a dumb question. We blow a hole in the ionosphere. We are now entering a very active time over the next several years with regard to the sun cycle. We've had a couple of X-class, which is the highest class flares you can have, very, very serious flares, emitting immense amounts of radiation toward the Earth. If we blow a hole in the ionosphere, and we have an attendant flare that strikes Earth, the energy of which strikes Earth at about that point, what could happen?
That does come up in the course of our writing as well. I mean, this is the idea that if you have it active at that particular moment,
yes,
and then it ends up shunting the energy down. In other words,
yes,
the radio frequency beam, if you will, becomes like a wire transmitting electricity. In other words, it acts as the conduit for that energy to flow to Earth directly.
Right.
And so instead of being screened out, what Brooks Agnew suggests is that it will strike the Earth with the force of the largest lightning bolt 40 times a second until that energy is discharged. That is a very scary thought. I mean, that is a huge, unprecedented amount of energy until that energy is discharged. So the same token, when you're talking about changes within the planetary system, I mean, it's obvious to everyone that when people were talking about climate change 10 years ago, they weren't kidding, and we're experiencing. Now, the question is,
I know,
how much is natural, how much is man-made? And now we have another ingredient, and laying that debate aside, because there's certainly room for lots of discussion around that.
El Nino.
You bet. And now here, I was in Brussels, as I was saying earlier, Tom Spencer from Europe has brought us over now. We've been there 3 times to Europe. In May, I went to Brussels and lectured to parliamentarians from 40 countries on this project. And these are the questions that we raised, is, what are these real risks, and what do they represent, and what are the things that ought to be looked at, and what can be done with this system in terms of prudent behavior on the part of scientists.
I don't know what to believe from scientists anymore. They say we have an incredibly strong El Nino. If you look at the Atlantic hurricane season, it's been nearly non-existent. Watching the Weather Channel earlier today, this is, November. It's November now, and they've got yet another gigantic circular formation off the coast of Mexico that looks as though it's going to turn into a hurricane, God knows, hit Mexico or the western U.S. or take off across the Pacific and become yet another super typhoon with winds in excess of 200 miles per hour. So the weather is definitely cockeyed, and I understand December is going to be the month when all of this really begins to hit. And you're right, how much is natural and how much is manipulated? How are we to know?
Yeah, and this conference in Brussels was a combination of, climate change was one of the central themes.
Oh.
And we had a delegation of parliamentarians from the Russian Duma there, and we had the Europeans represented. And there was a lively debate about this between the Russian delegation and others, suggesting maybe nature was more than man in terms of the fault. And the end conclusion was, after that debate, was it doesn't matter. It's an irrelevant factor who started it. Was it natural or was it us? The acknowledgement was it's a combination. And now we're adding in another factor, which is a system designed to deliberately manipulate components of a very complex system dealing with weather development, dealing with protective layers, things that are going to be interacting energetically in any case. And here in Alaska, the effects of El Nino are huge. I mean, we had temperature changes in the water off the coast of Alaska, 8 to 15 degrees up this year, unprecedented. And it actually, those temperature gradient increases began before El Nino was noticed, which makes one wonder what the heck was causing that much energy to go into the water and manifest in the form of heat. And this is all, part of that, that whole thing of we're looking at the Earth releasing energy in unusual ways. We're seeing weather. We're seeing, in other ways you can measure energy releases from the Earth. Increase in earthquake intensity, depth, and frequency is something many have charted. University of Washington runs a pretty good chart over that last 30 years on that subject. Tidal heights in the North Sea have risen steadily over the last 30 years. The British have followed that because of their oil exploration development there. These are all energy releases occurring naturally.
Here's one other little item to add on to. You're absolutely right. Whether it's natural or man-made, I don't think anybody anymore questions the fact the weather is changing as we watch. But here's another little item for you. There's this horrible little thing called the cell from hell, Hysteria, which apparently got started in the estuaries of North Carolina. They think something that was sort of waiting at the bottom, and when the right kind of toxins reached it, activated this thing, which began to kill fish, put bloody sores on fish. And I've got a BBC report received late last night, which says now hysteria has spread thousands of miles into the North Atlantic. And I'm not saying, I may be in danger of doing what I warned about earlier, that HAARP is responsible, because I don't know that it is. But
and this is one of the things that comes up. But you know what also comes up is when the energy, what you had said earlier, it was during one of the advertisements about the fact that we're energetic beings first. I mean, that's becoming clearer to everyone.
We're electrical beings.
Absolutely. And when you look at, we're energy, we're atoms, we're molecules, we're body. What you affect at an energetic level has profound effects of creating chemical changes that are well documented. So let's take it a little differently. Let's just assume that some of it's man-made energy coming in, some of it's natural energy coming in, but what we do know is the energy is changed. And that can cause changes within living organisms, and maybe it just mutated an organism, and that's what we ended up with.
Exactly where I was going. All right, Doctor, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. Shortly, we are going to open the phone lines and allow you to ask questions by request, folks. We are, and back with Dr. Nick Begich right now. Doctor, what is the latest update for those who have heard the HAARP story before? Since we last spoke, what has changed, if anything, with the project?
Well, there's a couple things. First, the developmental prototype, the 48 antenna that are originally designed for this project are up, and they're fully operational. The second thing that's changed is this summer, as I said, they brought in the fiber optics cable for the highest data rate communications with the system. That's a major component, because it's always been there that was one of the important attributes of this project. The third thing deals with power. They've had on-site generators, and then there was initially a $150 million power intertie that would have connected that part of the state with the rest of the state's energy grid. That intertie was originally intended to run a couple hundred feet away from this facility and be literally plugged into it. Which would have given them the kind of input power that they needed for, the second and future phases of the project.
Right.
What they didn't get that intertie funded. That was defeated by groups in Alaska, so it didn't happen. And what they did this summer is they put in their own link to the power grid.
Oh.
They added in and this is the funny part is I'm laughing because they told the world that it was because they needed to energize the small workstation that they have out there.
Now let me be straight about this. The Alaska legislature, or officials in Alaska turned them down regarding their request for these great big increases in input power so they can run this output power up, and it was denied. Is that correct?
The power grid, the introduction of the intertie was killed, and it wasn't just for them; it was for everyone in that region.
Okay.
So what they did is this summer they put in their own smaller system that would get them alone the power that they needed. They put in $1.2 million to bring power from a power generation station near Glen Allen, Alaska, that's running at about 20-25% of capacity right now.
Wow.
So they have more power available to them. They spent $1.2 million, they say, to just energize the buildings on the site, which is ridiculous. They could have done it with a $4,000 or $5,000 generator. What they brought it for was so they would be plugged into that grid and have that power available.
Now, I think this is very important because it implies that they're lying to us.
Absolutely. And I believe that's about as clear a way as you can put it, because they are lying to us on a number of counts. And what we've done in structuring our research is we show people very clearly, and we footnote every source that shows exactly what they say, for instance, to Alaska Representative Jeanette James in a letter. And then we show how their own documents that they also produced refute the words that they gave Jeanette James. In fact, that's what got her so excited that she actually called a hearing in the state legislature, Community and Regional Affairs Committee last year to give us an opportunity to present our case, because it was obvious that they weren't being forthwith with their comments on the project.
They'll lie about the little things. They'll lie about the big things.
Well, and the little things weren't so little. They were talking about the $25 million supercomputer and a $31 million rocket launch facility upgrade that they were telling the legislator was unrelated to this project. That documents, internal HAARP documents, we found showed that they were absolutely essential for this project.
All right.
So it's not unusual. In fact, even within our book, we cite a document, a military document that actually teaches and instructs subcontractors how to lie, so that they don't have to disclose the full uses or the real uses of projects they're engaged in. And some of that, I mean, we can understand for national security reasons, but what I don't buy, and I think many people don't buy, is the idea that, okay, we may not need to know how to build these things, but we ought to know if there's risks involved, what they are, and what those trade-offs are as we evolve technology. And I think that's legitimately in the public debate and should be there.
Well, we sure know now that over the years, an awful lot has been done to our citizens in the name of national security.
Yeah, absolutely. And this, it becomes a veil behind which people that would like to try this stuff can get away with it. And quite frankly, you can go back to the stories coming out of Hitler's Germany about the kind of experiments and be appalled, and yet, each year we get a new revelation about some project equally as sinister that our own government did and hid from the population. It's inexcusable, and it's not what democracies are based on, not what a democratic republic is about. And
I certainly agree.
And this is the whole swill of it. It's not just HAARP. HAARP's a symptom, one of many symptoms of a malfunctioning government in many respects. And I think that the secrecy syndrome does not have enough accountability. It does not have enough interaction by the population to really know that things are moving along safely. You almost have to wait 50 years, find out what happened to us, and then you can scream about it. With HAARP, we found out, well, it was still in the developmental stage. We were able to get the story put together with the help of a lot of people and get it out there. It's early. It's one of these that we really need to see at least stop long enough for us to make sure what we're doing is sound, sensible, safe, and serves the public.
Well, in a lot of cases, you're right. The government waits 50 years, and then they announce what they have done. And, of course, most of the people who are victims of whatever it was are either very old or already dead and unlikely to sue. Doctor, I want to give you a chance to plug your book, Angels Don't Play This HAARP. How do people get that book?
Okay, you can get it a couple of different ways. You can get it by calling 907-249-9111. You can also look at it on our website, and it's www.earthpulse.com.
Earthpulse.
Or you can get it via mail, and that's at P.O. Box 201393, Anchorage, Alaska 99520. And the book is $17.95 with air shipping paid.
All right. You're going to have to do it again. First of all, the phone number, and if I remember from a previous show, be very careful about how you dial this number, please. It's area code 907-249-9111. Now.
Correct.
Do not dial 911. That gets you emergency services, and we don't want to tie up their line. So be very careful what you're doing. Again, it's area code 907, that's Alaska, then 249-9111. Now, since you're in Alaska, and a lot of people might not want to call Alaska, $17.95. And the address again, please.
It's P.O. Box 201393, Anchorage, Alaska, 99520.
Okay. Good. Do you have any other materials that you have produced since the book that would be relevant?
Actually, we do. We produce a Flashpoints series, which is a microbook series covering diverse sciences, but it also contains the updates on HAARP. There's a series of actually the last 6 are available. The full series is $19.95, and we pay the freight. And it's a very good series covering a lot of different areas. We've written another book called Towards a New Alchemy, which you mentioned, and we also are starting to publish other people's work. So if people are just interested in a catalog, they can certainly contact us. We'd be happy just to give them one.
All right. Excellent. Let us begin taking questions from the audience, because now I'm sure they have them. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begich in Alaska. Hello.
Good evening. Good show.
Thank you. Where are you?
Fairbanks.
Fairbanks. All right.
Nick, one of the comments that I'd make is, we see that the weather, which is something that this project might be able to manipulate, throughout our generation, we've seen typhoons in Bangladesh, kills literally tens of thousands of people. We see hurricanes that have whipped through Florida and, literally billions of dollars in property damage. If we can learn how to manipulate the weather through this project to maybe prevent a hurricane or, stop a typhoon or stop a drought, I'd say, it's a good thing that we can do.
That often comes up, and I won't necessarily disagree with you. I think if we could do that, if we could, in fact, do that efficiently without creating a detriment to someone else on the planet, that would be fine. The problem is it's a very complex system. I mean, the University of Alaska Fairbanks Geophysical Institute, right where you are, recently in the last few years discovered sprites and these flashes in the upper atmosphere, and in fact lower ionosphere, that were never noted before, that somehow play into this complex system that we call Earth. And the problem is when you start playing God with this system on the scale that's planned here, we may trip ourselves up. And all I say is if we can get these, let's do it cautiously. Let's be careful. Let's make sure we're doing it in a very sound and safe way with a broader perspective.
Let me add something to this. Let's get very specific, caller. Let's say you mentioned stopping hurricanes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And dissipates energy on a massive, massive scale, doesn't it?
Yes.
Now, if we stop that from occurring, stop that energy from being dissipated in the form of a hurricane, I wonder how it will finally be dissipated. Or, in fact, if it is not dissipated, what effect that energy, heat energy remaining, would have on global weather patterns. Have you thought of that?
Well, that's a terrific question, Art. I think, the solution might be you don't stop the hurricane from occurring, but you manipulate the weather systems in a way so that you send the hurricane out over the ocean where it doesn't cause any damage.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, right. And that's the kind of discussion that has come up in the course of the patents. The original inventor, as I said, Dr. Bernard Eastland, he's really a good guy. We have an ongoing dialogue with him. I mean, he sees some problems obviously with what he's designed with this system, but at the same time, his thought initially was that if you could deflect weather patterns, such as the one that was just described, it might be advantageous to trade off maybe well worthwhile. And while that being true, we do have international agreements dealing with weather modification as it crosses international boundaries that have to be considered. Those agreements go back 20 years. The other side of it is the same system as another attribute that may be beneficial. Dr. Eastland suggested that you could use this system for increasing ozone, for taking out pollutants in the upper atmosphere by manipulating those elements energetically using this system.
And you know what, Doctor? I agree. There are, like any powerful force, there are positive things that could be done and negatives.
Absolutely.
The only objection that I have is that the scientists seem to have the egotistical view that they can go plowing ahead without bothering to advise the general public of the risks. And, we're grown up out here. We understand that science must progress, but I would like to know what the risks are, and have some say in a democratic vote about whether or not it's a good idea.
It is reasonable. The scientists, in many cases, and not all cases, but in many, too often, believe that because they have the credentials that somehow their sense of what's right and wrong is better than the rest of ours, and I don't agree with that. They may have technical knowledge, but the value judgments about what happens within our society are made by the population generally, not some academically elite group.
And there is, I believe, a collective wisdom. It's not necessarily that the public would say don't do it, but at least let's have some public discourse about it. Let's not do everything black budget and in some sneaky way, and if they don't let you have this, then you just go on a black budget and you accomplish it in some other way. In other words, public be damned, we're going to do what we want to do. That's worrisome.
And this is a good example of it, because Star Wars was defeated by the U.S. Congress as an area where we ought to be delving, and so they give a new name to a project, call it HAARP, and begin a new program dealing with other applications that fall in that same genre. So here we are, doing what we were not supposed to do, and this is very typical. I mean, in my introduction, my father was in the State Senate, the U.S. Congress. I know how politics works. This is very typical when bureaucracies want to run their own agendas, and they do run their own agendas.
You remember the last big congressional raise when the American public said no,
right?
No, and Congress sort of was quiet for a while, and then came back and gave themselves a raise. Period. I mean, they just did what they wanted to do. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begich in Alaska.
Oh, how you doing, Art?
Okay, you're going to have to speak up good and loud for us.
Suzuki in Indian Springs, how you doing?
Okay.
How you doing, Nick? Great. I got two questions. One small comment and two questions. Is it your assumption, or do you speculate at all that there are also some HAARP-style technologies designed to fit in, say, a van and are used primarily to cause mental disruptions and, eventual possible retardation if, used properly?
In other words, used, for example, in a standoff situation. Now, I'll talk about Waco, but a situation like that, where they would use a localized version of HAARP to cause confusion and disarray, and is that one realm of possibility?
HAARP would be the wrong name to give to it, but this would fall into that classification of non-lethal weapons, which we explore quite a bit within the context of our work. A smaller scale weapon that runs along the same principle using a pulsed radio frequency.
Exactly.
Absolutely, yes. In fact, that's what's cited in low-intensity conflict in modern technology. It's cited in a number of other military documents. And it was actually demonstrated on 60 Minutes a year ago. A system that would fit, as was described, in a large van, and do exactly that.
Okay, I got one more question. Do you think spontaneous combustion is directly related, and do you think actually two questions, the HAARP project-style technologies are capable of creating gigantic fireballs, synthetic lightning, stuff like that? And I'll listen off the air.
All right.
Okay, the issue of spontaneous combustion I really can't answer. I mean, how that happens is still a really unknown thing because it's not been observed as it's happening in a scientific way. So I don't know. On the question of plasma weapons or ball lightning, and I think you're probably referring to what's been observed in Australia. There's actually a patent, and I'll give you the patent number for those that want to look it up, that'll describe exactly what people are probably observing down there. And it's patent number 4959559, and it was for an electromagnetic or other directed energy pulse launcher, and this creates exactly what
did you say Australia?
Yes. There's been some observation of these bald.
Doctor, let me tell you something. I have got video from STS-80. Have you seen that, Doctor?
No, I haven't.
Well, let me tell you something. It shows the cameras, the external cameras on the space shuttle during the STS-80 mission, and it shows the shuttle coming up on Australia. It's near the Terminator. In other words, they're coming up on light, I think, or the other way around. I can't recall. And the operator down on Earth focuses one of these external cameras down on either Australia or New Zealand. It's hard to tell. I think it's Eastern Australia. I'm sorry, I just don't recall the exact point. And the camera stays focused on one city. Richard Hoagland could tell you about it. And without question, Doctor, there is a gigantic ball-like thing that comes shooting up at an incredible speed from the ground into space. And it's obvious that whoever was operating the cameras on STS-80 knew that this was going to happen, and they zoomed in and just waited until it did happen. It's absolutely remarkable video.
Well, this patent describes exactly what's been described as what you would expect. And this patent, the interesting thing about it, we dug it out because we kept hearing these bits and pieces and rumors about what this system was. And I'd like to read just one short paragraph out of this because it really is, it's exactly what, it will give a good visual image, and it's right out of the patent itself.
Go ahead.
It says, and I quote, as the Klingon battle cruiser attacks the Starship Enterprise, Captain Kirk commands fire photon torpedoes, 2 darts or blobs of light speed toward their target to destroy the enemy spaceship. Stardate 1989, Star Trek Returns, or 3189, somewhere in intergalactic space, fantasy or reality. The ability to launch localized packets of light or other energy.
Doctor, I'm sorry. I've got to interrupt. The clock says I got to go. We'll finish it when we get right back.
Okay, you want me to start from the top of this quote?
I think so.
Okay, all right. This is right out of patent number 4959559, and it reads, and I quote, as the Klingon battlecruiser attacks the Starship Enterprise, Captain Kirk commands fire photon torpedoes, 2 darts or blobs of light speed toward their target to destroy the enemy spaceship. Stardate 1989, Star Trek Returns, or 3189, somewhere in intergalactic space, fantasy or reality. The ability to launch localized packets of light or other energy which do not diverge as they travel great distances through space may incredibly be at hand. And then this patent, which is owned by the United States Department of Energy and was developed out of Lawrence Livermore Laboratories, describes just one of the most incredible weapons. I mean, they pull from science fiction in order to describe what it would look like. And for those that remember what that looks like, that's exactly the way these phenomena in Australia have been described. And here it is right in a U.S. patent that goes back to 1990, which means they were developing the idea much in advance of that. So I think that's an interesting point and one that people should bear in mind when they hear those kind of reports. There's probably a patent out there that might actually pin it right down.
All right. One criticism that has been leveled at you, Doctor, is that when you talk about the power levels of HAARP, you refer to effective radiated power versus the actual output power of the transmitters. Now, maybe you could explain in a way the average person could understand the difference between ERP and actual output power.
Okay, in that criticism, and this is interesting, is the military at first was talking about the effective radiated power, and that was after factoring in antenna gain, which in the case of this system, it creates an antenna gain of up to 1,000 times. So you've got input power, and then you have the output power, the effective radiated power. And in essence, the effective radiated power is what the military initially considered the fair measure for comparing this to other transmitters. But as we raised the controversy, they switched, and then they started talking about input power because these power levels raise the kind of concerns that we've raised on the show. So it's a criticism now, but we can show you 1990, 91, 92 documents where that's what they're at, that's what they're talking about, that's what they're excited about.
Well, your critics will say, but television stations, for example, many of them run a megawatt, and that's a lot of power. But what the critics don't say is that power is directed generally back toward Earth from an antenna that's as high as they can get it in the air, not directed toward the ionosphere at all.
Right.
Because that would be wasteful. There's nobody up there to watch.
And the other point is that energy, as you said, is dissipating very rapidly. I mean,
yes.
It's becoming less and less dense. Here you have a system that's doing the opposite. It's focusing the energy. It's manipulating the energy not to communicate a verbal message necessarily, but to communicate in a different way, to affect a change, to create a reaction, to create a triggering event. And depending on how they sweep the spectrum and what they cover within the spectrum determines what effects are going to come from it. It's a mixing of a chemical soup using an electromagnetic wand. I mean, that would be a dramatic way of describing what's involved here. It's a very, very different system than a standard radio broadcasting system.
All right. A lot of people waiting to talk to you. First time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begich in Alaska. Hello.
Yes, hello, Art. I would also like to say, hi to all the ham radio operators out there worldwide, hopefully on full scale.
All right.
All right, I have two questions for the doctor. Number one is, what do you think about all the aircrafts going down? I'm going to hang up for my answer. And do you think maybe in the inner city, maybe people are being tested, maybe just like the black people, especially in the inner city, maybe on a small-town level? That's why everybody's going crazy, and I'll hang up. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, yes, two questions. One is, with regard to aircraft crashes, and we've had a hell of a lot of them, military and civilian, too many recently, and I suppose his question is with regard to their navigational systems and whether HAARP could conceivably affect a navigation system of an aircraft.
It could affect. In fact, that's one of the concerns that the military acknowledged early on. They set up some facilities around, radar facilities, for detecting when they come in. Planes are coming close, and they shut the transmitter down theoretically. The thing is there's also a document that we cite. It's called the Revolution of Military Affairs and Conflict Short of War from 1989 by the U.S. Army War College. And at that time, they had technology that, using, again, pulsed radio frequency, that they could send and direct towards an aircraft deliberately, which would then cause problems with the avionics and also problems. Those are the controls, the computer controls that control the aircraft.
Right.
And because a lot of aircraft now are what they call fly-by-wire, where instead of cabling and hard wiring going to motors that then trigger flaps and things to move so planes go up and down and left and right, they now do it using radio frequency on board the plane, which is why you don't use cell phones and all of this, because
That's right.
it interferes.
That's right.
And so what they're concerned about is that these kinds of systems, if a plane moves through the beam or through an area that's that has a lot of electromagnetic activity, that it can alter or interfere with the fly-by-wire systems or the onboard avionics.
Yeah, people really should think about this. Now, remember, when you get on an aircraft, they tell you, turn off your cellular phone and keep it off. Now, cellular phones radiate infinitesimal amounts of energy compared to the kind of energy we're talking about with respect to the HAARP project. So I think the answer to that question is a definite affirmative, that it could.
Yep. Sure
it could.
And the other question deals with, would they be testing these kinds of systems in inner cities? And you know, and again, let's make a separation between HAARP, which is huge, and smaller systems, non-lethal type weapon systems, that utilize the same basic science to develop different kinds of effects. And the answer is probably so. And the reason I say that is, you know, we published a little over 2 years ago, and there isn't a week that goes by that we don't hear from someone complaining about such things. Now, half of those we kind of discard because the way they're written, you can tell there's probably more going on there than maybe a military project or a test project. But others come from very, very credible sources. They're well put together. The people are, you know, people who've had respected careers and positions. And, you know, there is some cause to say, you know, maybe there is testing of this kind of apparatus. I can tell you this, that we've tested it in the war environments we've been in recently because they announced it. They announced that they were testing not just the chemical non-lethal weapons that would melt tires and so on, but they were also testing the new electromagnetic weapon systems, some of which have been publicly demonstrated. So, I mean, they're trying them both in war environments, which is the ideal place where you test a new weapon, and probably, I say that, given the history of our country, it would not surprise me to see 10, 20 years from now some revelation that in fact they were. Because there's limited law dealing with the area of electromagnetic effects on human beings.
All right, here's another little one for you. I have noted through my audience participation many times now over the last couple of years, periods of time when we get a really strange magnetic deviation from true north. Now, I have no idea. I had a guest the other night, Greg Braden, who said that is a hiccup. He called it a magnetic hiccup. But it will last for varying periods of time and then suddenly snap back to normal. Is there any reason to believe that tremendous amounts of electromagnetic RF energy would possibly affect compass readings?
Perhaps. It would depend on how it was interacting with the system and what they were doing with it. Perhaps. The thing that would bother me more than interference with the compass reading is the fact that the compass reading is indicating some energy exchange that's different than the norm, that's releasing in a different way.
Yes.
And in the midst of that, then we add in another factor that's not natural, that's a lot of power. And in one case, because you're talking about compasses, you're dealing with magnetic lines of force and orientation of the needle.
Exactly.
And one of the applications of HAARP is to deliberately pump energy into the magnetic lines of force surrounding the planet. And this is what's visualized when that happens.
Bingo.
Okay, you have these magnetic lines moving from the South Pole to the North Pole and intersecting the Earth. The closer you get to the poles, the closer to the ground these magnetic field lines are, which is one of the reasons HAARP is located in Alaska, to be close to these magnetic field lines intersection point, so you can push a lot of energy in by narrowing the distance you have to cover. Now, what happens, though, to the energy when it hits the magnetic lines of force in being focused with a cyclotron resonance, you can picture it in your mind as the energy flowing from south to north through the normal natural channel. And then that forms a wave guide, and the energy coming from a HAARP-like system would look like a corkscrew of energy rolling back down towards the South Pole. As the Earth turns, it creates an energetic shield, which can be used for guarding against such things as intercontinental ballistic missiles. This is one of the ideas of Bernard Eastland. But by the same token, by pulsing that energy into those magnetic lines of force, when it's already demonstrating unstable situation, the question is it the last straw on the camel's back that causes the kind of reversals or pole shifts that we've seen historically in the past that have been documented by Hapgood in New England when he talked about the idea of it shifting 4 times in the last 100,000 years, or whether it's Greg Braden talking about those aspects that he's observing in the current time.
All right.
Who knows?
One more thing that I want definitely to do, and that is the following. I actually, I don't know, a year ago or more, took the trouble to call some HAARP administrators, in fact, the HAARP administrator, and invite him on the show to debate you.
Right.
In other words, if what you're saying is all cockeyed and wrong and scare tactics, then I thought, fine, let's have the other side. And I called him, and at that time he said, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to debate Dr. Begich. It's a losing proposition, he said, because he didn't feel that he was equipped to debate you, that you would throw out sensational charges, and he would be in the position of proving a negative, which is very difficult. I would like, again, to invite anybody, the HAARP administrator, HAARP scientists, anybody who's legitimately involved in the project, publicly, here on the air, to debate you. And if they don't do it, I think that tells a story in itself, don't you?
I think it does. And, I'm not a physicist. I have an MD in traditional medicine. I'm a different kind of a specialist, if you will. But basically, what we did when we put our book together was go to the experts, many independent people, physicists, atmospheric physicists,
sure,
electrical engineers, and others, to look at each portion to make sure that what we were saying was correct. And, they've been unwilling to meet that challenge. I mean, the one time they did in the legislature here, we went in thinking, okay, we're going to have a couple of hearings. The first one, we're going to see what their points are, where their main points of contention are. Second one, we're going to bring in another core of specialists to refute those points if we can't do it in the present meeting. And we went through that, and they only raised two basic points.
All right, we'll get to those right after the break, but I want to extend that public invitation right now. So if you want to debate, folks, call me up. I'm open to it. I know Dr. Begich is. Properly, the ionosphere. Here once again is Dr. Nick Begich. Doctor?
Hello, how are you?
It looks like you're going to make the whole run once again.
We're going to make it.
Yeah, you're a real trooper.
I love your show. It's a great show. It gives probably the best chance to really tell this story, so it's clear and understandable. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to do that.
Well, I hope we have done that. Wildcard line, you are on the air with Dr. Nick Begich. Good morning. Hello. Going, once, twice, gone. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begich. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes, sir. Where are you?
Oh, this is John in Estero, Florida.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions for Dr. Begich. And I was wondering, one, when is HAARP going to be fully operational?
Good question.
Number two, in the beginning of the program, I heard you mention briefly the ability to cause earthquakes and start volcanoes. I'd like for you to speak on that for a minute if you could.
Sure.
And number three, when HAARP powers up and they aim their RF waves at the ionosphere, now when they punch a hole in the ionosphere, it would be like punching a hole in a bubble. Could the bubble burst? And I'll hang up and listen to your answer off the air.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Let's take them in order. When will HAARP be fully operational?
Okay. The HAARP system itself, the basic plan is that it's to be fully operational by around 2001, 2002. Initially, it was much earlier than that.
Right.
The prototype is fully operational. This is the 48 antennas, phase one of the project this year, which is the first time that's happened. They ran some engineering tests earlier in the year. In fact, I've got a schedule here. They ran the last test between August 11th and the 27th.
I heard that test, recorded it, and played it back on the air.
Great.
Anyway.
But that's the earlier stuff. The wintertime, November, tends to be the active month, so we'll be kind of watching to see what happens, this month and next month and through the winter.
All right, earthquakes and volcanoes.
Okay, the quote that I had given was from the Secretary of Defense, and it was from Cohen, and it was dealing with the idea that you could trigger earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and climate changes through electromagnetic waves or by electromagnetic means. There's another researcher, actually he was a geophysicist at UCLA, J.F. Gordon MacDonald, that talked about this same idea back in the late 60s, the idea that you could create triggering events using electromagnetic means for releasing energy that's already in place in the Earth.
Right.
And this is exactly what we're concerned about. We've expressed that concern. Brooks Agnew, who has a very good article that we posted on our website dealing with earth-penetrating tomography, is very concerned about this particular problem related to HAARP.
All right, then finally, the bubble theory. In other words,
the bubble doesn't work. I don't think that works. It's because it's a very thick layer. It's not going to burst it as far as I can see, and no one has suggested that from the experts that we've talked with. But again, you're dealing with something that's unusual. Who knows? But I certainly haven't seen any evidence that would be a likely outcome.
All right. West of the Rockies, you are on the air with Dr. Nick Begich. Hello.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Bell.
Hi.
Hi. I just want to say of all your interesting programs, this one really scares the hell out of me.
Where are you?
I'm in San Martin, California. My name's Richard.
Okay.
I sort of had the same question as the gentleman just before mentioned about bursting the bubble. I mean, doesn't air escape into a vacuum? It reminds me of the time of material I read before they let off the first atomic bomb. They weren't sure if it was going to possibly crack the world or blow the air off the surface of the Earth.
Well, if that were true, then we wouldn't have any air right now, because surrounding us is, of course, a vacuum in space. And so it is held, our atmosphere is held down, and I'm not a physicist, so I can't explain the mechanics of all of this. But now, does piercing the ionosphere have possible effects? I think the answer to that is it might. It clearly might. Or it might not. I'm willing to come down on the other side of the question and say it might not. All I'm annoyed about is that the administrators, the people, the scientists in HAARP refuse to debate it. And that worries me.
Well, that was another kind of part of the question, is that the ionosphere is there to basically protect us from incoming things. As I understand,
X-rays, that kind of thing, yes.
Mm-hmm. And now we have all this, as you mentioned, your magungus amount of energy forcing up from inside. It's sort of, we have this action-reaction problem, as I see, as a possibility.
Well, I think that's what the core worry is. And Doctor, you may have heard my somewhat flippant cosmic hope that HAARP would open a big hole. Just in a moment, we'd have a flare that would hit Earth, a giant blue lightning bolt
out there. But, let's make sure our congressional delegations are aware that we're concerned about it. Let's ask for those extended hearings here in Alaska and elsewhere. And do the things that, as I said earlier in the show, one listener sent a book to a guy in Europe that turned out to be the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the European Parliament. He's taken this issue on as one of his own. People can do an awful lot more than sometimes we think, and I think the main message is let's just act on what we know is right and true and default in the favor of caution. Not to say kill the program forever, but let's certainly default in favor of caution. And
at least try and understand what it is and debate the advocacy, thank you, of continuing. It's getting late or early. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begich. Hello.
Dr. Begich, I'm calling from Fairbanks, Alaska.
Yes.
And you mentioned that part of HAARP was in the Fairbanks area. Can you pin that down a little closer?
Well, there's you have High Pass, which is operated out just outside of Fairbanks, and I can't give you the road, but if you call the Geophysical Institute up there, they can tell you where it is.
Oh, okay.
High Pass is a smaller system of phased array antennas, and that for certain HAARP experiments will be used in conjunction with it, where you need two antennas within a few hundred miles of each other.
Oh, wonderful.
So it is operating. It has been there actually before HAARP. In fact, High Pass used to operate in Colorado, and it created too much interference and problems there, so they moved it to our neighborhood.
Yeah,
and here we have it.
Well, so the next time your ice fog up there starts glowing blue, give us a call. All right, thank you very much. First-time caller line, top of the morning. You're on the air with Art Bell and Dr. Nick Begich.
Bert from Evansville, Indiana.
Hi, Bert.
Thank you so much, Art, for your service to yourself and mankind. Regarding the protection of an individual, can lead or copper or any other metals be used to protect oneself from these adverse energies?
Good question.
Actually, no, not that we can see. I mean, there may be some things that you can do for certain applications of the system, but because of their ability to move across the broad band, and because of the way they can operate the system, I don't think that's, again, a proper approach. The proper approach is to challenge it through the political process, because I don't think any individual is going to be capable of shielding. These are weapons developed to take on the most sophisticated technological adversaries in the world. Individuals certainly aren't going to be in a position necessarily to defend much against that. There may be some things we can do in certain applications. We've mentioned them before, but overall, this is too complex of a system, and it represents one part of a whole new initiative in electromagnetic weapons technologies, and those are the things that we need to address. We need to know enough about them to be able to debate them, and we need to make sure that the public's included in that discussion.
That really, really is a reasonable position to take, a very middle reasonable position to take. And again, I want to say it. If there's anybody in the HAARP project who thinks this is alarmist, who thinks this is wrong, then for God's sakes, get hold of me by email, fax me, send a letter, do something or another, and I will put you on the air with Dr. Begich, and we will have a debate about all of this. The very fact that you refuse to come forward worries the hell out of me. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begich. Hello.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning. Where are you?
I am in Austin, Texas.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Begich, sir.
Yeah.
When and if HAARP goes up, how will it affect Howard Stern and Baba Booey?
I missed the very end of that.
Oh, too bad. It was the typical Howard Stern question. And the answer to your question, caller, is that an intense HAARP signal could only improve Howard.
What about Baba Booey's teeth?
Same thing.
All right.
Thank you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begich. Hello. Hello there. Well, they're listening to the radio. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begich.
Yeah, hi. How you doing tonight?
All right.
I'd gotten a copy of the EPA's, I think it's the environmental impact statement.
Yes.
Right.
I think it's about 400 pages long, it looks like.
Really?
Right.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to really... haven't had a chance to really pick through it yet, but I'd heard that in that environmental impact statement that the power from it or whatever can heat the internal body temperature of a person or set off flares in the trunk of a car. Have you heard anything about that?
That comes up in the course of it. The environmental impact statement, the actual summation of it is just a very short document. There's a very long document showing the testimony that was given in hearings in the very, very early stages. Yeah, those are concerns that were raised. They're certainly within that document. I believe I think we cite part of that at least within the book, but I don't believe we cite the portion with the flares. I think we cited the heating of the body temperature because we draw a lot of material from military records dealing with using radio frequency energy for doing that, deliberately doing that.
Also, I was wondering, like in your book, do you also tell like where to find a copy of that, the one you were talking about, internal conflict or?
Yeah, we footnote everything. There's 350 footnoted sources, so most of those are in the public domain where you can go to libraries and get them the same way we did, through interlibrary loan or through government libraries. So they're all well footnoted, so you can find any source that I've mentioned tonight that we've been talking about this issue.
The name of the one on the conflict was what again, please?
Low-intensity conflict in modern technology.
Okay, that's one that was forwarded by Newt Gingrich, I think, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much, caller. Doctor, indeed the human body can be heated. Let me tell you a little story. I used to work in microwave and antennas, and I was installing an antenna on a place called Fremont Peak. And I was about 270 feet, almost 300 feet in the air, working on a station master antenna, a certain kind of antenna, installing it. And I noticed my leg was getting warm. Really warm. And it was a cool day. I had gloves on, way up in the air. No reason for my leg to be getting warm. Then it began to get hot. I looked down, and I was standing right in front of a microwave, a Ma Bell microwave dish, telephone microwave dish. And so people should understand that RF energy can literally cook you as we cook our favorite food items in a microwave.
Right.
And that gives them some sense, and I've worried about my leg ever since. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begich. Hello.
How you doing? My name's Albert.
Where are you, Albert?
Kansas City, Missouri.
All right. What's on your mind?
I got a question. Okay, back in the early 80s or mid-80s, there was a movie out called Remo Williams. And the whole deal about he was like a little spy guy. The whole deal he was out to do was stop this machine that was called a HAARP that was able to, change the weather and everything. Did somebody know something early back in them days and let it out of the bag and they made a movie out of it?
That's interesting. I never heard that before.
Nor have I. What was the name of the movie?
Remo Williams.
Huh.
All right. Well, I'll certainly check my catalog and see if I can get a copy of it. No kidding.
That's interesting. That is interesting.
I wonder how long has HAARP actually been in the concept from when was it conceived?
Mid 80s, actually. It was conceived in the mid-'80s by Bernard Eastland, who then took it to, actually he was retained by ARCO, which is a large oil and gas company, and then they asked him to find a market. He developed it mid-'80s and began the meetings with the military. In fact, we have a whole list of military people he spoke with through the 80s into the early 90s.
All right. Look, we are woefully out of time, so if you would please give the phone number to get hold of your book and your materials. The book, I think, is $17.95, right?
That's correct.
And you can call a number, which is?
907-249-9111.
9111. That's a better way to say it. Okay. Now, the address.
The address is P.O. Box 201393, Anchorage, Alaska 99520.
Read that one more time.
P.O. Box 201393, Anchorage, Alaska 99520.
All right. Well, as always, Doctor, it has been a distinct pleasure. I'm really glad to be able to recap for all those who had not heard it and get an update on what's going on with HAARP. And it does not sound like they're slowing down.
Not at all, but we're working on it. And I'm sure with your listeners' help, we'll make the progress that we need to make.
Is there anything aside from ordering your book to be informed that they can do? I mean, can they contact their congressman, express concern, whatever?
Absolutely. We encourage people to do that. I mean, it's an important issue. The way things get on the political plate is people listen to the voters. I mean, it's still a matter of a population lets people know things get on the plate and start getting consideration. They're getting that from political leaders in Europe. It's about time that more and more Americans give their congressmen the same express concern.
All right, my friend. Until next we meet, I thank you a million times.
Thank you very much.
Take care. That's Dr. Nick Begich from Anchorage, Alaska. And what you didn't know about HAARP, you now know. I hope. Is it evil? I don't know. Is it something that we should know about and be informed about so we can make a reasonable decision? Oh, yes, absolutely so. So that is the story of HAARP. I will be here Sunday, of course, for Dreamland, and back with yet from the high desert and the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, or wherever the case may be in all these many prolific time zones stretching from the Hawaiian and Tahitian island chains in the west, eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands. A very special good morning in St. Thomas. Yes, we'll get out there to visit soon. South into South America, north to the pole, and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. Tonight, we're going to be interviewing Greg Brayton. And he will be talking, actually, Greg has written a couple of books. One called Awakening to 0 Points, and the other, Walking Between the Worlds. And we'll talk about both and many things, including Earth changes, including genetic changes, including all kinds of stuff that we talk about nightly on this program. So Greg Brayton, straight ahead. And I guess I'll have him tell you about himself. Greg is a former Earth scientist, an aerospace engineer, having left Martin Marietta Aerospace in 1990 to complete a series of books regarding, get this, Earth changes based in frequency, frequency, magnetics, their effects upon human DNA, emotions, sleep patterns, interpersonal relationships, and their relationship to our most sacred and ancient texts. Now, there's a guy we want to talk to, I suspect. His book, his first, called Awakening to 0 Point. And let's let Greg tell you a little more about himself. Greg, welcome to the program.
Good evening, Art. It's a pleasure to be here.
Oh, great to have you. Oh, by the way, where are you?
I'm calling you from the mountains of northern New Mexico this evening.
Actually, I'm calling you to the mountains of northern New Mexico. And it must be very nice there.
It's beautiful. It's a little cold tonight. It's about it's in the high teens tonight. It's beautiful during the day here.
In the high teens by now, huh?
We're up high in the mountains. It's about 8,000 feet where we are right now.
Ooh, you are up in altitude.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
I have some land outside Albuquerque at about 7,000 feet, and I always contemplated what it would be like to live at 7,000 feet or above. What's it like?
You know, the farther north you come, the prettier it is, and to me, it's the only place that I call home. We're on the road lecturing and touring. Last year, all but 23 days of the year, we were gone.
Well, then you're not even there.
So when we are here, we really appreciate and beautiful air, clean water, and it's just a wonderful place to live.
You traveled that much, Greg?
We have been, Art, and I'm still thinking about this cruise you just talked about.
Yeah, doesn't that sound nice?
Well, it was a beautiful introduction to precisely what we'll do this evening. I'm also a guide to sacred sites throughout the world. We're leaving for Egypt in less than 3 weeks, and we'll be spending quite a bit of time on Giza, and I imagine our conversation will lead us to that one way or another this evening.
You need also to look at the work of Boris Said. He went over there with ground-penetrating radar and determined, in his opinion, without question, that of Dr. Begich, that beneath the left paw of the Sphinx there is a large rectangular chamber, and then there is an ascending passageway that would appear to offer the opportunity to get to that. So either you could dig straight down to it, something they probably will not allow, or find the passageway and make your way to it. And, of course, the rumor is that in this chamber is basically the knowledge of an entire earlier civilization. Do you think that might be?
I believe, personally, I believe that that's precisely what we're witnessing. I've spent time with Boris. I've spent recently in a conference with Robert Ball and Graham Hancock, and we've spoken of this at length. There appear to be multiple chambers under the Sphinx, actually. And,
yes. Well, try and imagine Graham and Robert in the same room in a debate with Zahi Hawass.
That's why I was so interested in the cruise that you were just describing. What I see, it's interesting, Art. Almost universally, the ancient traditions, the ancient texts, point to this time in history as being unique in terms of both human as well as Earth experience. And whether we're speaking of the indigenous traditions of the Americas or the mystery schools in the Egyptian or the Tibetan traditions, they're all pointing to this time. The calendars and systems of timekeeping, they point to this time as saying that something very unique is about to happen to humanity as we know it, as well as the Earth.
Yes.
And I believe that this unopening, or the opening of this chamber of the Sphinx, is contributing to that phenomenon. As if we're to believe those texts, we witness the collective history of humanity for the last 50,000 years or so.
I spoke earlier today with Daniel Brinkley. It is his firm belief that the sleeping Prophet Edgar Casey, as you know, predicted that there would be this chamber beneath the Sphinx, and that I believe it would be opened in 1998. Daniel firmly believes that. I think there's a high probability. How do you feel?
Well, I believe that as well, and the interesting thing about those kinds of predictions, Art, as you know, is we're really not even certain what year this is right now, because of the way the calendars were recalculated when we moved from the Roman calendar, and depending on whose account you read, we lost either 1, 2, 3, or 4 years when they moved from the Roman to the calendar we're using now.
What is your educational background like, Greg?
My educational background?
Yes, sir.
I have a degree in earth sciences and geology, and I specialize in geophysics. And I also have a background in the space sciences as well as the ocean sciences, which, having spent a lot of time in all of them, I see very little difference between them any longer, as they're all dealing with systems and patterns of energy. So, and also computer science in the aerospace industry certainly was, and that was a minor of mine when I was in school back in the early 70s.
Oh my, you're right down our alley then. Just about everything we talk about here.
Well, I believe the background for me, Art, it's allowed me, afforded me a language with which to address these mysteries with a vast and varied group of audiences, and we can go in to the language of 20th century science and very quickly describe the phenomenon without going into a lot of the nebulous terminology that so many texts and a lot of people are using today. And
okay.
And I believe for the first time now, our own science is actually validating that there is indeed something unique happening.
All right, hold that point. We're at the bottom of the hour. You're speaking my language, believe me. This is Coast to Coast AM.
This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye.
It is.
Now again, here's Art.
Yeah, thank you. I'm always interrupting my own announcer. Great, huh? My guest is Greg Brighton, and I think you're going to definitely want to stick around to hear what he has to say. He's a degree geologist, and so he looks at what's going on with the Earth. Now, I should tell you that Greg Brighton is in an area of northern New Mexico where, no doubt, unless he had a very good radio, he really hasn't heard the show. So he really has no idea what we have discussed on this program, and I have not yet unraveled the quickening upon him because he's unraveling it on me. So we'll get back to Greg in a moment. Greg, welcome back.
Well, it's good to be here.
It's hard to know exactly where to begin. Greg, I am convinced, without going into all the details of what I've written in my book, I've come from a completely different angle in terms of coming to what conclusions I have. But in my book, it does come to the conclusion that an event, a big one, is on the horizon. I am not a prophet, Greg, and I have no idea what that event will be. But something big, she's on the way. You can feel it. Everybody can feel it. And so I came at it from my point of view, but as an earth sciences guy, somebody who looks at DNA changes and all the rest of it, what do you think is coming?
Well, Art, before we get into that, I should probably, because you and I have never really spoken before, I'll share this with you, though. My background is in the hard sciences and in the corporate technologies. What I'll also say is that I had what I now call the rare opportunity to experience two near-death experiences in 1959.
Oh.
In the same month, and those experiences, I believe, have shaped the way that I view the data that's coming to me, and I'm happy to.
How could it not?
Well, I didn't know that at the time.
I didn't know you had two NDEs. This is why I don't do a lot of pre-interview. I want to discover these things on the air. Now, this is a shot out of the dark. Two NDEs. Perhaps you could describe your NDEs, but I would ask you one question. During either one of them, did you observe any geometric shapes?
Not in the sense, the way that we would typically speak of geometric shapes today. For me, it was more of an opportunity to affirm life and to continue with life, or to choose other than life, and that I believe both in July of 1959, by the way, and those experiences I believe have led me into a series of corporate experiences, academic experiences, that led me to sacred sites all over the world through the eyes of our own modern technology with a little bit different perspective. And it's from that perspective that I'll share this with you this evening.
All right, if you wouldn't mind,
sure.
Can you tell us about your NDEs? Give us a brief description. Anytime I run into somebody who's had one, Greg, it's irresistible. What happened to you?
Well, I'd be happy to, and we may even tie into them later on in the discussion this evening. One was a drowning, and the other one was an electrocution.
Oh, boy.
In each opportunity, what to me seemed like tremendously long periods of time, I now know were mere seconds. And in those seemingly long periods of time, I had the opportunity to glimpse my world at the time and possibilities of my world, and the choice as to whether or not I would continue my life, or to end my life at that time. And the net effect of each of them was an emotion, and that emotion I tie into later on in our discussions this evening, because our modern research now is showing that emotion may be the lost switch, the lost key for regulating human genetics in ways that we've never suspected before.
In what ways were you given a choice to live or to continue forward?
Simply through the sensation of, I can't really describe it as a voice that I recognized, but it was a sensation in the totality of my being that simply allowed me to understand that the first years of my life had been given to me as a gift with no expectations. And to live from that point forward would have to be a choice. And the realization that each day from that point forward would be my opportunity to consciously affirm life each day of my life. And having recognized that, that has done a tremendous amount to guide the perspectives and shape the way that my life has unfolded before me.
Had your life signs actually ceased?
They were depressed. They had not ceased in the sense that I was pronounced DOA.
Right.
They had not ceased in that way. When they pulled me out of the water, and when the electricity had stopped flowing through my body and my body was burned, in that sense, I was unconscious, and it was during that time that those experiences came to me.
Greg, I have yet to talk to anybody who's been through what you've been through with regard to electrocution or drowning or something extremely traumatic, people who have lived. I have yet to talk to anybody who has not had some kind of experience similar to what you're describing. Now, in your case, it's very interesting because your grounding is in the hard sciences, not the spiritual world, at least at that point. And so how did you digest all of this? I mean, every part of your conscious being must have fought, in a way, what you experienced.
Early in life, Art, it was very confusing, and I did my best to forget it, to be very honest. And it wasn't until the early part of my adult life that I recognized, for me anyway, I'll say this personally, that there was little difference between what we today call spiritual understanding and the world of the hard sciences that our 20th century Western technology uses to describe our world. And it was with that understanding that I was led into some of the most sacred sites in this world, as well as some of the most ancient texts. And through the lens that these understandings afforded me, I was able to apply what those ancient traditions and many of the ancient texts have referenced regarding this time in Earth history, and I was able to apply it and view it through the lens of our own modern technology. And this leads us right into what we're doing tonight, because for so many of those, the ancient and the indigenous traditions and the methods of timekeeping, it's so interesting that they converge on this time in history. Some of them are over 18,000 years old in the Mayan traditions, over 39,000 years old in the Egyptian traditions, and they converge, they end in this time in history, and they say that our world, as well as our bodies, will never be the same again, and it's something very unique that's happening now. Without context, those kinds of texts have been almost meaningless to Western researchers for years. I mean, people feel, they sense something, and they really haven't had a way to get their teeth into anything tangible that's happened. They appear to be very nebulous traditions. Well, it was in my experiences in both the Earth and the space sciences, the aerospace sciences, where I began to witness firsthand, as a geologist, for example, in the early 70s up through the early 80s, that indeed Earth is going through experiences now that have never been recorded in human history. And as I went back through the geologic record, what I see is there is a precedent. We're living a rare experience in terms of geologic history that has never happened with 6 billion people living on the planet. And I suspect we'll spend a lot of time talking about this evening. The two key parameters that I zeroed in on in the first book, Awakening to Zero Point, are the magnetic fields of the Earth that are declining now at an unprecedented rate. And
all right, well, here's where we did have a little bit of a discussion earlier in the day. The day before, Greg, I began getting faxes from people noticing magnetic deviations from true north varying between about 8 and 15 degrees. Now, these variations appear to be fairly short-lived. They'll go a day or two, and then it will come back.
Yes.
Now, I'm getting too many faxes and too many emails from people, not casual people, but people who are monitoring this very carefully, that I know damn well it's true. What would be causing our magnetic field to begin to shift like that?
Well, this is where it gets really interesting. All right, the geologists have, or Earth scientists have a name for this phenomenon. They essentially call it a hiccup in the Earth's magnetic field.
A hiccup.
What we see is at least 14 times in the last 4.5 million years, and this is very well documented in the open literature, Earth's magnetics have declined rapidly to the point where Earth had no magnetics. We've gone to a zero magnetic experience.
And this has happened, excuse me, how long ago?
At least 14 times in the last 4.5 million years. That was first documented by a gentleman named Alan Cox at Stanford University back in the mid-60s. Geologically, the last time we see this in the rock record was between 10,500 years ago, which is a really interesting number for Graham Hancock and Robert Bouval.
Yes, I know.
10,500 and 13,000 years ago. Geologically, we can see in the rock record that this did happen to Earth during that time. The traditions of many of the indigenous peoples throughout the world, both Eastern and Western traditions, suggest that it may have happened even more recently. And if it did, we wouldn't see it in the rock record, Art, because it takes longer than that for the rock to preserve.
Is there a way that you can explain to the layman what you see in a rock that tells you that this occurred?
Sure, precisely. And it's a wonderful question. I'm asked that question in lectures all the time. We're looking at both the direction of the poles as well as the intensity. And primarily where we see these, if the listeners are really interested, they can go do keyword searches in libraries on geo or paleomagnetics, and they'll find a lot of this.
By the way, I should quickly ask you, do you have a website?
I do.
Oh, you do?
I have some. Actually, my office, I don't have one personally. My office has one, and they have actually met with your people and created a hot button. So if people write artbell.com, it'll carry right over to our website.
So you're telling me we've already got a link on my website?
We do. My office put that together with your people sometime this last week.
I see. Well, you're way ahead of me because I was about to have Keith do it. I guess he's already done it. Wonderful.
He's spoken with some people that have done that. That was my understanding. They told me that today.
All right. So in other words, if they go to my website, they can go to your company's website.
Yes, that's correct. And it's all documented in the first book, the 0 Point book. So to answer your question, how we can see this in the rock record, to make a long story very short and very simple, when molten lava comes from within the Earth, the magnetic particles are allowed to move freely in the molten state, and they will point to wherever Earth's magnetics, wherever the Earth poles are. And when that happens in the ocean, and the lava comes in contact with the water.
Let me see if I understand. I'm sorry to stop you.
Sure.
You're saying when lava is in a molten state, that the electrons within,
the magnetic particles,
magnetic particles will, like a compass, align themselves with north as a compass
with
would.
Earth magnetic north and south, precisely.
Okay.
They're moving freely in the molten state.
Okay.
And they'll continue to do that until something causes that magma to solidify in the oceans. As that magma comes up through the sea floor and makes contact with the water,
right.
The particles are frozen, aligned with wherever north and south is at that time.
Right.
So what scientists do, what oceanographers will do, is go out to the spreading centers in the ocean floors, and they'll take core samples beginning at the spreading center, and they'll go to the left and to the right, and by doing that, they create beautiful maps of ancient magnetism of the Earth, and then they'll map those over the present intensity, and that ratio, the past over the present intensity, tells us the strength of the fields, and then the direction of the magnetic particles tells us the direction of those fields. That's one
Wow.
thing.
So we get a very good scientific look at what has happened geologically with our magnetic fields over the last 4.5 million years.
Well, we can go back even farther than that, and for what we're saying tonight, at least 14 times.
For the sake of this discussion, believe me, 14 times in the last 4. Now, do you have some reason to believe, maybe I shouldn't even ask that yet, what happens when one of these changes occurs? To the best of your knowledge, is there any way for you to know when our poles reverse or change, what effect it has on Earth?
Well, there is, Art. If we're to believe the geologic record from 10,500 years ago beyond, and if we're to believe the indigenous traditions that suggest it may have, we just started this discussion, that it may have happened as recently as 3,600 years ago. And if that's true, it correlates very well with a lot of the work of Zechariah Sitchin, for example, and some anomalies that we see in the Egyptian history as well. So what I'd like to do is to describe physically what it is that creates those magnetics, so that we can see what's driving the process, and then talk about what that means to people experiencing that process. And then that'll lead us very quickly into the rest of our discussion for this evening.
All right. That's a good question. What drives it?
Well, when I was studying geology back in the 60s and 70s, it was one of the biggest mysteries to the earth sciences is where do Earth magnetic fields come from? And the ancient texts told us in their way, and we had to rediscover it in ours, and it wasn't until the early 90s that we discovered for ourselves what those ancient traditions have always suggested, that Earth's rotation around an iron core generate the magnetic fields of the Earth. And a very, very easy analogy that I'll share with the listeners, we do this in lectures all the time, is if you take an iron bar, just go to a hardware store and purchase an iron bar, wrap copper wire around that bar, and pass electricity through the wire, all of a sudden the bar has a north and a south pole.
That's right. You've got an immediate electromagnet.
Precisely. And if you leave the wire and the iron bar just the way they are, and simply reverse the flow of the electricity,
yes,
the north and the south pole will reverse.
What a place to leave off, but there is where we're going to leave off. Oh yes, I made many electromagnets when I was younger. How about you? They were a lot of fun. And there's a sort of a lingering element of magnetism too that remains in the polar setup, however you've applied the current. And we'll talk about that and more when we come back.
This is Coast to Coast AM from the Kingdom of Nye with Art Bell.
It is, and my guest is right down my alley. I should have interviewed him, obviously, a long time ago. He's written a couple of books. One is Awakening to Zero Point. He is Greg Brayton. He's a former Earth scientist, an aerospace engineer,
who worked for Martin Marietta Aerospace back in 1990, up until 1990, and looks into things like Earth changes, which are based in frequency, magnetics, their effects upon human DNA, emotions, sleep patterns, interpersonal relationships, and their relationship to our most sacred and ancient texts. And folks, the clock is ticking. And I'll leave it at that. I'm sure Greg will explain. We're going to inquire further about magnetism in a moment, specifically electromagnetism. Remember experimenting with that in school? Winding wire around an iron bar and putting a magnet on it, and suddenly, putting a battery on it, and suddenly, whoosh, you've got a magnet. Well, Greg says you can look at rocks, and you can see that over the last 4.5 million years, the Earth has had more than a hiccup, let's put it that way, magnetically, and they can see that in the rocks. Back now to Greg Braden. Greg, yes, the iron bar, the wound wire, I did that a lot when I was a kid, and I remember that if you left the current on for a while, when you would turn it off, there would remain some residual magnetism in the iron bar. Now, it didn't necessarily last a long time, but there was residual magnetism.
Well, that's right, Art. It lasts for a brief period of time, and the reason that we're doing this little geology 101 here, we're going somewhere with this really quickly,
okay,
is because that again, up until the early 90s, there was a lot of discussion as to precisely where Earth magnetics come from, what generates the magnetics. As we're watching them fall, researchers were saying, well, where do they come from in the first place, and what's responsible for this decline? So I began just before the top of the hour with the analogy of the copper wire wound around an iron core, and that is a beautiful analogy for precisely the way researchers now believe Earth generates the magnetic fields of our planet, is that Earth rotates around an iron core, an inner core made of about 98% iron, and there's some nickel and some other things in there. And that as Earth rotates around that iron core, that's analogous to electrons moving around the iron bar, generating this north and south pole.
Well, that's the best explanation I've heard to date.
It's about to get better, because what has just been validated now within, I worked with researchers through the early and mid-90s, and it was just published here within the last 2 years, is something that researchers have suspected, and they've only proven recently. And that is this, that not only does Earth rotate on its axis, but that the layers within the Earth, in other words, beneath the crust, there's the mantle, and beneath the mantle, there's the outer core,
right,
and then the inner core, that each of those layers rotates independently inside of the other. So that we have the mantle rotating inside the crust, and the outer core rotating inside the inner core, and then the inner core is rotating all in the same direction, and that's what the composite experience of Earth magnetics results from those dynamics.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that concept.
In what respect?
Well, I don't know. Somehow you want to think of the Earth as good and solid, but here you're telling me it's rotating within rotating within rotating, all moving. It sort of shakes me up a little from what I.
Well, one of the reasons researchers were unable to really get a good handle on these dynamics is because it takes tremendously powerful shock waves moving down through the Earth and then reflected back up to know really what's happening. And it's only been with some of the recent earthquakes that we've had, the natural occurrence of the earthquakes, that have created the level of the shock waves, sending them down into the Earth, reflecting them back up. And the Japanese have done some wonderful.
So instead of drilling holes in the ground and detonating dynamite to get a reflection, which is just like a trivial little pebble in the water, compared to a boulder in the water, which is an earthquake. With an earthquake, you get reflections that give you a better, much more accurate picture.
Right, and we're currently experiencing both a logarithmic increase in the number of earthquakes as well as the severity of the earthquakes, which I think is really fascinating. converging again on this time in history.
Oh, what a surprise.
So,
I'm not surprised at all.
No, I'm not surprised. I'm in awe. I'm in awe of the process, Art, as it's unfolding. And as we tie into this, as we go in through the evening, I'll tie back into many of the ancient texts that apparently have a very good handle on precisely what we're experiencing and what we may expect to experience from this point forward.
I told people we were having more earthquakes. They didn't believe me. I documented the facts and put them in my book. We sure are having more earthquakes.
I can send you the study. There was a study that was published recently between 1963 and 1993. There's been, I knew it was dramatic. I did not know that it was logarithmic until it's just a mathematical increase, both in the number globally and as well as seismically. And USGS, for example, has an 800 hotline on the West Coast in Menlo Park, California, where they report level 1, level 2, level 3 on the Richter scale each day. And they've stopped reporting level 1 and level 2 because
there are so many.
Well, they can't really tell where one stops and the other starts. There's a continuous rumble, which turns out to be the good news. The good news is there's a very gradual unleashing of these forces that are building beneath the crust. So the magnetic fields of the Earth are generated from the composite of this rotation. And what we're finding now is that 2,000 years ago, Earth's magnetic fields were at a peak. And 2,000 years ago, they began to drop very quickly, and they've never looked back. They've continued to decline, and again, this is a logarithmic, it's a geometric decline. And when I first began looking at this in the open literature, and I wondered just how much this decline, we talking about massive percentage points? Are we talking about a few tenths of a percent, or precisely what's happening? And there's an organization in the Pacific Northwest that documents this precisely this kind of information, and they just shared on a public broadcast earlier this year that if you were to look at a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the highest magnetics that we've known on Earth for the last 2,000 years, right now we're experiencing about a 1 to a 1.5 on a scale of 1 to 10. That's how much our magnetic fields have declined in the last 2,000 years.
So you're talking specifically about the actual strength of the magnetic field?
Yes, the composite magnetics of the Earth.
On a scale of 1 to 10, we were at 10 how long ago?
2,000 years ago, we had a peak. We had a peak, and that number has declined. And
that would be a 10, and now it's 1997, and you're at a 1 to a 1.5.
About a 1 to 1.5, somewhere right around in there, which just astounded me when they shared that information.
Now, if you were to graph that over the last 2,000 years, what would the percentage of change be, say, in the last 100 compared to? You follow what I'm asking?
Art, you were asking the perfect question, because the magnetics appear to be falling faster. The more they fall, the faster they fall. In the last 100 years, we've lost 6% of our magnetic field.
Wow!
In the last 100 years.
Now, earlier you said that there comes a time when there is no magnetic field.
We've seen it happen in geologic history. We've never seen it happen with 6 billion people living on the planet.
So in other words, if you had a compass, it would go nowhere. It would just perhaps wander aimlessly.
There's a good chance that that's precisely what it would do. What we see, I'm going to back up just a moment, because the context is so important here. Ancient traditions, ancient texts say that something unique is happening to Earth and humans now, and that something has been very nebulous. It's been very sketchy for a lot of people. I believe for the first time we may have two, at least, and maybe more, at least two digitally measurable parameters that are allowing us to track this something. One of those is the magnetic field of the Earth. And if you and I'll ask our listeners to just imagine on the whiteboard of our minds a graph. In the upper left-hand corner of the graph is the magnetic field at its peak, and it's declining to the lower right. Okay? Now, there's another parameter that we haven't talked about yet. I'm going to mention it now, and then we can come back to it. So the magnetics are falling from the upper left to the lower right and we have a precedent in history that it's gone all the way to zero. There's another parameter that is changing very quickly right now, and it's tremendously controversial, and I'm happy to get into this as much as people would like to.
Sure.
We call this the base pulse of the Earth, or the base resonance of the Earth, and basically what it is, the ancients called it the heartbeat. Again, they told us that the Earth had this pulse, or this heartbeat. We didn't believe it until we discovered it with our own technology about 100 years ago.
Now, what do you mean by that? Do you mean a resonant frequency?
That's what it is. Every 1 second, Art, that we experience our lives, Earth pulses a certain number of times. And historically now, about 100 years ago, that pulse was first measured, and it hovered around 7.8 cycles per second, or 7.8 hertz.
Right.
We believe that was a constant because it didn't change for a long, long time. It didn't change all the way through the early 1900s. World War I, World War II came along. We believed it was so stable. We've built military communications on this. We've built weapon systems based on it. During the IGY in 1958, the International Geophysical Year, countries agreed not to discuss this pulse publicly, and you won't see much in the Western open literature.
Why?
Beyond that, because for just the reasons it was being used for communications and weapon systems. Well, in the mid-1980s, to the surprise of many people, that number began to increase. So if you think back to our little graph, we've got magnetics decreasing. They're coming from the upper left to the lower right. And then on that same graph, if we could superimpose this pulse from the lower left, it's increasing to the upper right. And it appears these two parameters are moving toward a point of convergence. That point, I believe, is the point that the ancients referred to in the only way they knew how, is the shift of the ages, or what so many people are sensing is the dawning of the new age, and the time that leading up to this is perhaps what you're referencing is the quickening, what many researchers are calling the time of a polar reversal or a magnetic shift. There are many different ways.
I think we're all talking about the same thing. I came at it from a very different point of view. Yours is purely scientific. I take it then that the title of your book, Awakening to 0 Point, refers not to 0 point energy, though I suppose we'll discuss that.
Yes.
But rather this convergence between the frequency of the Earth and the decline in the magnetic field, where they converge, is what you refer to as the 0 point?
Among other things, that's correct. That is, as the magnetics fall to zero, the frequency moves to a threshold resonance. In traditional physics, 0 point refers to a place. Theoretically, in traditional physics, it's a point where all matter comes to rest. Quantum physics says that at that point, matter's not in rest, that it's reorganizing. And that is also the way I'm referring to 0 point. I believe we're moving toward this convergence point of magnetics and frequency that allow this opportunity of reorganization of systems. I'd like to say one more thing about this, Art, and it'll lay the foundations for what we'll do for the rest of the evening.
Sure.
I had the opportunity back in the mid to late 1980s to work with a group of researchers traveling to many sacred sites throughout the world with state-of-the-art digitally or aerospace quality equipment, digitally measuring what's happening in these sacred sites. And to certainly to my surprise and to many of the researchers, what we found is that in many of the ancient temples, the chambers, the sacred sites throughout the world, including right here in North America, when we were in those chambers, the chambers apparently thousands of years ago simulated then the very conditions that we're living on Earth right now.
Bingo. Well, I had occasion to lay in the sarcophagus in the King's Chamber at Giza in Egypt just a month ago.
We talked about this earlier today.
We did. That's one of the things we covered, and I told you, or I tried to describe what I felt at the time, but I am told those who have done the acoustic studies, this is through Boris, and Dr. Begich found that, by God, the resonance in there is at about just above 7 hertz of all things.
Well, it's tuned to the Earth, and it changes. And as Earth resonance changes, that chamber changes as well. So the reason I'm sharing that piece of information now is because now, as we go back and look at these ancient texts and the traditions, and we have a context, what we find is that thousands of years ago, individuals were immersing themselves into chambers, then simulating what we were about to live thousands of years later, writing to us in the only way that they knew how, describing what it may mean to our bodies, to our time-space relationships, to our sense that time may be speeding up or slowing down.
Indeed. All right, Greg, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. You folks, I'm sure, can see where this is going. It's going to be a very, very interesting night. Greg Braden is my guest from the high desert. This is Coast to Coast AM.
This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
You better hang on tonight because, my friend, you're in for a wild ride. That much is obvious already. My guest is Greg Braden, and he's got a background in science, hard science, a degree in geology, and we are actually discussing the very nature of the forces that drive our Earth and how close to 0 point they may be. All right, well, I'm grasping this rather easily so far, and I hope you are too. We're talking about a lessening magnetic field. We're talking about the rise in the frequency of the Earth itself, which was at about 7.8 hertz. And these two are coming to a point where there will be a conjunction, which Greg Braden suggests will be 0 point. At 0 point, we will not have a magnetic field. Now, Greg, this is occurring at an exponential rate. These changes now are beginning to occur faster and faster and faster. I called it the quickening and put a lot more to it. It doesn't matter the word you use. It sounds like the same thing. What happens when we have no magnetic field?
What happens to the Earth? What happens to our bodies?
Yeah, all of the above.
This is where I believe I see the tremendous continuity between what we're living today and what the ancient and the indigenous traditions, the mystical traditions, the mystery schools have prepared certain groups of people for hundreds and thousands of years. And just to kind of flesh that statement out, as we said earlier, almost universally, the traditions, the calendars, the systems of timekeeping, texts, and the oral traditions point to this time in history as being unique. Now, for the first time, I believe that we're digitally measuring at least these two changes. There are many other things happening, certainly, all the outrageous phenomenon that are unfolding now.
Well, I'm sure we'll get to those, but I mean,
we're measuring these.
Again, if the actual magnetic field disappears,
yes,
what effect would there be?
Well, the effects, the way that we interpret those effects is what's so interesting now. So I'll make a statement now. We'll get into it as we go through our program, because the traditions also say that our bodies will change as we experience this time in history. And for years, researchers said, well, what does that mean? Well, our bodies are going to change. We've looked the same for hundreds or thousands of years. What's really changing? In the last 5 years, the research has suggested the possibility, and it's only been in the last 2 years that this possibility has been confirmed, Art, that human DNA is changing to accommodate these shifts in the parameters of the Earth in terms of magnetics, in terms of frequency.
May I interrupt and just tell you that Linda Moulton Howe, who is a science reporter on a program I do called Dreamland on Sundays, does a weekly report, just talked to a scientist who got a good sample of Neanderthal DNA.
Right.
And the results were that there was little or no relationship to Cro-Magnon or any other man that followed.
Precisely.
None whatsoever. Completely different DNA. I would imagine that would not surprise you.
That's actually part of the program that we offer is I tour throughout the world, and to take that even one step farther, Art, and as you and the listeners, I think, are being able to see, anything we talk about is going to be in support of what we're doing this evening, because it all ties together so beautifully. Not only is there not enough evidence, genetic evidence, to support that we have a genetic link to Cro-Magnon or Neanderthal, the archaeological anomalies when Olduvai Gorge was being originally excavated, fully intact modern human skeletons were found in the same strata with the Australopithecus and with the Lucy skeletons, and were identified. They said, well, this is anomalous. Well, we'll have to figure out how this happened later. And it really is inviting us to examine the way that we viewed our evolutionary experiences, that we're viewing our history, and that's why I think the Sphinx is so important in whatever's happening in those chambers of the Sphinx. And it's all happening now. That's the key, that it's all happening right now.
All right. A lot of people believed that the pyramids were specifically burial grounds for the pharaohs. The true fact is, they've never found a mummified pharaoh in any of the pyramids. Now, that would indicate that the pyramids had some other use.
Yeah.
Whatever it was some other use. What do you imagine that might have been?
Well, what I'll say, first I'll confirm, Art, I'll say I have not studied every single pyramid on the surface of the earth, and there's some new ones.
Nor have I. They're in many places.
Well, there's some new ones intact that are just being discovered in China and Tibet, and we'll be over there in April this next year.
Not to mention Mexico and other South America, Peru.
Precisely. And to the best of my knowledge, what I'll say is that there have never been any bodies found inside of the pyramids that were of the same age of the pyramids. Okay, so it appears that and if you talk to the indigenous peoples, and if you look at the temple walls, they all say that the pyramids were not used for burial, but they were used for something else. It's only the historians since the 1700s, since Napoleon's time, where that story was developed, and that's been perpetuated. To answer your question, I'll go back to what we said just a few moments ago. We have two digitally measurable parameters that are changing now that we have never seen change this way in recorded human history.
Mm-hmm.
When I was with these researchers back in the 80s, as we took our equipment into many of the temples, many of the chambers, some were right here in the American Desert Southwest, the Kiva structures, for example, in Chaco Canyon, places like that, what we discovered was that those chambers simulated one the other, and in some cases, both of the parameters thousands of years ago that we're just now living on our Earth, and that the texts written during those times were written to us in the only way that they knew how, the only language, saying, we immersed ourselves into these chambers that you, future generations, would experience, and this is what it meant to our emotions. This is what it meant to our bodies, to our feelings. So the chambers that we studied simulated either the low magnetics, high frequencies. Every once in a while, we'd find a chamber that simulated both. The only chambers that I've ever seen that simulated both were the chambers that were inside of pyramids. And specifically the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid is the only chamber that I've ever seen that really well, it's just so obvious on to the equipment. As we went into that chamber, the magnetics dropped to nearly zero. The frequencies go well above the 7.8 hertz, and we walk back outside. The instruments normalize.
I am still trying desperately to digest in a manner that allows me to articulate what I felt when I was in there.
Well, you may not be able to articulate that, Art, because it happened to you on the level of human emotion, which, from the ancient perspective, was a highly sophisticated technology. Emotion is a powerful technology, and our language doesn't allow for us to articulate that emotion.
But I'm a wordsmith. I'm supposed to be a wordsmith.
Well, and myself as well. So,
but you cannot do it. You cannot put words to it. At least I haven't figured out how to do it yet. But it was a total, every fiber of my body experience. That much I know I can say. But then in trying to describe what it actually felt like, I'm lost.
Those experiences, I believe to answer your question, that those chambers were built to allow us a reference experience to know what our bodies may feel like as Earth moves through these kinds of experiences. And I should also say this, Art, you and I have never had this conversation before. I'm an optimist. And I believe that this change, this tremendous change that we're approaching is an opportunity of hope and possibility. And I believe that Earth is living a healthy cycle that's rare by any standards. And I believe that it's a natural cycle that we have just not witnessed in human consciousness for a long, long time.
Well, yes, but having said that, some of the changes that we're going to go through are not going to bode well for some of the population on the face of the Earth.
That's true, and we're reminded that we play a tremendous role in how we accommodate those changes. And that's why the changes in DNA are so important to us right now.
Changes in DNA.
Yes.
I can tell you that I am aware that in the Antarctic, for example, scientists have recently reported absolute DNA changes in simple-celled organisms, which they think they attribute to the thinning ozone, the additional radiation from the sun, but they're not sure about that. What can you tell me about human DNA?
Art, this is so fascinating, and it's so exciting to talk about this, and I'm sure it'll lead well into the next hour. One of the great mysteries in the life science, when we discovered human DNA, the genetic map back in the early 1950s, was why it appeared that so much of the human DNA went unused or was dormant. It appears that we only use about 1/3 of the genetic potential of our 64 possibilities in the human genetic code.
Ooh, interesting. I didn't know that.
That's as what we call the 20 amino acids. The question's been, why don't we have 64 amino acids? Why are the 20 so generalized? And that's the term that's used, as they say that they're very generalized. So for a long time, certainly when I was in school, and I'm not a geneticist, and I'm not a biologist, and I've worked a lot in the genetics and the life sciences with other researchers. And what we're finding, I just met with a group of researchers about 4 months ago up in northern Colorado. And what researchers now are beginning to suspect is that this code that we call the human genetic code, we've always believed it was fixed. And now the data that's coming in strongly supports the possibility that our genetic code is not fixed. It's a variable code, and that we change those codes on the fly through the way we respond to the great challenges of life. Okay, that's a very broad, vast statement to make.
It is. Or could you rephrase it and suggest that as the Earth itself changes, the magnetic field, the actual frequency of the Earth, that would key genetic changes in human beings, not actually a change in the genetic structure, but perhaps that portion of the DNA strand that is in use.
That's contributing to it, Art. And what's happening now within the last, in August of 1996, and this is where this information, this all, believe it or not, this all ties in together really well. August of 1996, for the first time, there was a global blood study that was done that crossed cultural, genetic, age-defined, geographic backgrounds. And the impetus for this particular study was the AIDS virus. Researchers wanted to see what was happening globally with the AIDS virus. Well, what they discovered was that there's a significant portion of our population who now has triggered the codes, enabled the genetic codes that have been dormant for so long, that have afforded them a very, very high resistance to the AIDS virus. They're reluctant to say the word immunity.
Well, in fact, they have found some prostitutes in Africa who have been working and should have had AIDS 100 times over. And I have heard the word immunity applied to them. I know they are studying them very carefully right now and trying to figure out how in the hell anybody could be immune to the AIDS virus, but I have heard the word used.
Well, we were told 10 years ago, Art, now we're going to use AIDS as an example. Now it's applying to cancers, it's applying to other things. We were told 10 years ago the AIDS, anyone testing positive for AIDS had a 100% mortality rate within approximately 14 years, give or take, something around in there.
Correct.
That now is no longer true. What researchers discovered was that there was, as they took this global blood sample, this is August 1996, a significant portion of the human population has shifted something within their bodies to the point where they have enabled codes that have been dormant, or they have essentially grown new forms of DNA, and I'll explain this in just a moment. And where this came about, they tested the cells from these individuals. They exposed them to the AIDS virus.
Yes.
Nothing happened. They kept increasing the amount until they were up to 3,000 times the amount that it would normally take to infect the cells. And at that point, the cells still did not respond, and the researchers said they were hesitant to say immune. They said these people are highly resistant to the AIDS virus. At the same time, there's a study going on, University of Alabama in Birmingham, where they've actually discovered at least five genes that have apparently combined in such a way to afford this a very high level of resistance. And again, they're reluctant to use the word immune in these cases.
Now, is this a natural human adaptation to the presence of the AIDS virus, or is this a change that is coming automatically as a result of our movement toward 0 point?
Well, I believe that the two are interrelated. That's a beautiful question, Art. That's precisely where we're going. I believe the two are interrelated. And where they are going with this whole thing, what was so amazing, we've seen genetic changes occur when a population's exposed to a new challenge of life. Maybe it's a high dose of radiation or whatever it is.
Right.
We've seen these changes in the offspring. What is so amazing about the changes that we're seeing now is that they're occurring within the same generation where the challenge was experienced. They say the word that's being used in the open literature now is spontaneous genetic mutation.
Well, let me tell you a little story.
Okay.
Last night's interview was Edgar Mitchell, the Apollo 14 astronaut, number 6 man to walk on the moon.
Sure.
And one of the questions I asked him, or a caller did, I think, was, is it possible that eventually the human body will adapt to weightlessness, in other words, lifetimes, even generations in space, and is it also possible the human body will adapt to the increased radiation levels that one would assume you would be exposed to in long and deep space travel?
Right.
And his answer was absolutely yes.
I believe that fully. I'm looking at my clock. Do we have 4 minutes till the top of the hour?
No, we have I don't know, a couple.
Okay, I'll make the statement now, and then we can pick it up after
Sure.
the break. Coupled with this discovery that there is, at least in this population sample, global population sample, changes in human DNA, they're called spontaneous genetic mutation within the lifetime of the individual. One of the big questions still remains: what is it? What is the catalyst that turns these codes of DNA off or on again.
Yes, exactly.
There's a whole new body of research that's now, it's been published in the American Journal of Medicine, New England Journal of Medicine, New Scientist, and what I'm going to say, Art, opens up a vast array of possibilities. Research has discovered that what we today call emotion,
yes,
which is a moving of electrical potential across cell membranes,
right,
emotion appears to be a switch or a trigger that either enables or disables these patterns of genetic codes.
Wow.
Now, where we're going with this is as we're barreling down this road toward the point that the ancients called the shift of the ages or 0 point or whatever it is, and
it will be preceded by obvious emotional changes. Now, I just threw that in because we're out of time.
Yes.
So hold tight. We'll come back after the top of the hour. Oh, my. Greg Braden is my guest. You're listening to Coast AM.
This is Coast to Coast AM from the Kingdom of Nye with Art Bell.
And here I am again. Good morning, everybody. Oh, what a program we have for you tonight. My guest is Greg Braden. He is a geologist, an earth sciences kind of guy. He worked at one time for Martin Marietta. And he's here talking about changes in our Earth. And it is changing, documentably. The actual frequency of the Earth is on the rise. The actual strength of the magnetic field 2,000 years ago on a scale of 10 was 10. Today, it's 1 to 1.5. These two things are converging. When they do, we will reach what Greg Braden calls 0 points. There will be no magnetic field. As a matter of fact, his book is Awakening to 0 points. And he's carefully documented thus far everything he said. Now, what does this mean? It means, for one thing, that human genetics are on the move. We only use, according to Greg, a third of our DNA structure. And that DNA structure, he believes, is prepared to change to adjust to what is coming, the event that is coming. Does all of this sound familiar to you? So if I sort of did a little recap myself, and I probably missed quite a bit, but that's the basics of it. The frequency of the Earth, which is evident in the pyramids around the globe, but particularly the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid, and the rising frequency of the Earth, and the declining magnetic field, not just by a little, but in recent times by a lot. One would say it's quickening, or it's, I'd say quickening, you would say accelerating. It's an exponential change, and it is headed towards some kind of event which is going to be 0 point. And that would be when there would be no magnetic field at all. And as we came to the top of the hour, you began to talk about our DNA structure, that we only use a third of it, and that there may be a change that is about to occur, or even is occurring now?
Yes.
So where do we go from there?
Well, this just to add to the beautiful job of recapping that you've just done, what I'd like to say is context is so important, Art. It's so easy to focus on the individual phenomenon, and without a context, they certainly can look frightening to some people and just outrageous by any standards. And this is where I think the continuity of our collective memory and of history is so important. As we go back into the ancient traditions and the ancient texts and the indigenous traditions throughout the Americas, they knew of this time in history. Almost universally, their traditions were in support of preparing a human understanding for the experiences that we're living and we're preparing ourselves to move through.
How do you know they knew?
As we go back into these texts, it's very, very clear as they state to us the calendars, for example. We'll begin with the calendars. some of the calendars, the Mayan calendar began over 18,000 years ago, the Egyptian calendar over 39,000 years ago, the Chinese calendar, the Tibetan calendar, and the prophecies, which certainly are not scientific, and the prophecies are very interesting. They all point to this time in history. They all converge now. And one of the things I found so interesting, Art, is if technology allowed for building systems of timekeeping 18,000 years ago through the Mayan system, for example, why did they stop now? Why didn't they build a new calendar from this point forward? And it was interesting. I asked, spent some time in South America a couple of years ago and asked a Peruvian holy man the same question, and he laughed at me, and he said, don't even try to build a new way of keeping time. He says, because your world will never look at time the same again, and you will not be the same people at the end of this period in history. So as we're looking, whether we're talking about Dead Sea Scrolls or the Nag Hammadi Library or the Essene traditions or the Egyptian or the Mayan or the Tibetan, they describe this time in history at the ending of the calendars. Some of the Dead Sea Scrolls are actually so clear that they actually are describing the phenomenon that we're seeing now. They talk about changes in weather pattern, changes in the sun that we haven't gotten into tonight, changes in lunar patterns, and so many of them reference the fact that the changes are occurring within our bodies as well.
I have seen some recent scientific reports about changes in the sun. What's happening? Now, what have you heard? All of this is very recent news. Very.
Well, researchers, I met with a group of researchers in northern Colorado about 3.5 months ago, and it was a closed conference, so there were no audiences, and for that reason the researchers were not risking tenured professorships.
I hear you.
Reputations. And researchers to my knowledge, since 93 and 94 have been watching the sun very closely. We sent the Ulysses spacecraft to the sun in, I believe it was late or mid-94. By the end of 94, it was at the South Pole. By mid-95, it was at the equator, and by the end of 95, early 96, it was at the North Pole of the sun. First thing that the Ulysses began telling us was that the magnetics of the sun have changed tremendously. That the magnetic difference between the North Pole, the South Pole, and the equator were pretty much non-existent, and that the magnetic fields of the sun were declining very quickly.
Really?
So that was one thing. The magnetics are shifting very quickly. Researchers divide the sun into 4 quadrants when they're talking about the zones or the quadrants of study. And there's a phenomenon that appears to be happening on one quadrant of the sun where plasma appears to be amassing to such a degree that there's a tremendous bulge, it appears, that is occurring there. And what the researchers actually said, they were reluctant to say this in front of public audiences. They say there's something happening there that we've never witnessed, so we don't have a precedent. We don't have anything to compare it to. They say we may be witnessing the birth of something new in our solar system that we've never seen before as we watch this massive bulge growing on this quadrant of the sun. And the third thing you've already mentioned earlier are these tremendous electromagnetic impulses that are leaving the sun, and we detected for the first time full cycle in January. There was another one, actually 2 of them in tandem in March, and then another one that's just been reported within the last day or so.
The last day or so, indeed. Earlier this evening, CNN reported a massive solar flare. As a matter of fact, they said it was of the proportions that knocked out the power grid in Canada some many years ago, and compared it to that. Now, whether it hits us head-on or not, they haven't quite got that figured out yet. There was another massive solar flare, and they gave great warnings about how it was going to do this and that, and it sort of missed Earth.
Well, what's happening with them, Art, and this, again, this all ties back to what we're talking about here. This cycle of solar flares is expected to reach its maximum at the close of this decade or the close of this century, the end of the millennium. that, you know, so many other things are converging on this time in history. And to this point, it is the magnetic fields of the Earth that have buffered us from the full effect of those impulses.
Okay, this goes back to my question then, and I'm going to ask it again. Mm-hmm. Let's say that there is a convergence of the frequency of the Earth itself and the declining magnetic field, and we get to 0 point, and we actually have no magnetic field.
For a short period of time.
For a short period of time. What effect do you imagine that to have on Earth?
Well, like you said earlier, Art, you mentioned you're not a prophet, and I'm not either, so I'll address this question a couple of different ways.
Okay.
First of all, from a physical perspective, and then if we're to believe some of our indigenous traditions, again, Earth went through this magnetic shift as recently as 3,600 years ago. And the Hopi record this day, the Navajo record this day in our own backyard, as well as in Egypt and in South America.
Now, let me ask one other quick question before we get to it, and that is, after 0 point, do we have a pole reversal?
Yes. And we can go into that now because we built our little model during the first hour.
All right, fine.
Go back and pick that up.
All right, fine. Let us begin at this little nether world time of no magnetic field at all.
Well, physically, what we would see on Earth would be what researchers call a null, electromagnetic null, because, and again, the magnetic fields are caused from these the rotation of the inner cores of the Earth. We spoke of this in the first hour.
Right.
Well, now what researchers know is that as those rotations slow, and they are, and Earth's overall rotation slows as well, and that's why your cesium clocks are being readjusted all the time. Mm-hmm. As those inner cores come to a rest, that is what causes that electromagnetic null. And they rest apparently for a relatively short period of time in the geologic record. And just like in our little model, where we reverse the flow of the electrons.
Now, Greg is referring to the experiment. Remember when you were a child, you had an iron core, you wound wire around it, applied voltage and current, and you've got an electromagnet. And that is essentially what we have with the Earth.
Yes, precisely. And as in our little model, with the wire wrapped around the iron, as the electricity passes one way through the wire, the iron bar has a north and a south pole.
Right.
By simply reversing the flow of the electricity, the poles reverse.
That's correct.
As those inner cores of Earth rotate in the opposite direction, that has the same effect of creating that pole reversal. And
thank you. This is the most elegant explanation of pole reversal that I've ever heard. Finally, I understand it.
Well, thank you, Art. It's a challenge without a whiteboard in front of us, and we're all using the whiteboards of our minds.
That's right. Well, that's a radio's theater of the mind. Now, okay, so take us to, again, this netherworld where there is no magnetic field. What actual would we notice, other than compasses being...
Yes.
Not knowing where to go, what else would we notice?
We would certainly notice it, Art, because we are so tuned to those fields, our sleep patterns, our immune systems, and I believe what's happening now is the tremendous changes that we're going through in our lives now are preparing us for that moment. And one of the reasons it's a challenge to say precisely what everyone experiences, because each person interprets it differently. And one of the keys to understanding, I believe, this time in history, as referenced through these ancient traditions, rather than us sitting back and watching the Earth change around us, is to acknowledge the truth of the matter that we are changing with the Earth, and how we allow for those changes in our bodies plays a tremendous role in how we interpret the changes as they're happening within the Earth.
And here you talk then, of course, about the DNA shift. I don't want to say change. You're talking about simply using a different portion of the DNA structure than we use now.
Well, Art, that's happening, and I know to some people it might seem like we're jumping all around, and we'll tile these back together. And to be accurate, we are using portions of DNA that we have not used apparently in a long time, and we are apparently growing new kinds of amino acids in our bodies. There is a publication that comes out once a month. When I first began researching this, I was just in awe. And I said, okay, maybe one or two people have changed some DNA in their bodies. How, on how grand of a scale can this actually be happening? And, you know, the adage, ask and you'll find out. Well, I had no sooner asked that question than I began getting references in the mail and across the web. There's actually an organization that is tracking these genetic changes, and they publish every 30 days the new amino acids that have been found in human genetics. Mm-hmm. The little publication is called Cytokine, Cytokine. And apparently it's happening on a much larger scale than we ever recognized. Our researchers understand these things are happening, and what I'm seeing, my colleagues that I've worked with in the industry, they're witnessing all of these phenomenon, Art, as distinct, non-related, independent phenomenon that coincidentally happen to be occurring at the same time. Mm-hmm. And what I'm saying differently here this evening is I'm relaying and bringing us all up to date with some of the new research with a little bit different perspective. I believe they are related, and I believe that they are phenomenon in support of this rare event that the ancients called the shift of the ages.
All right, you're saying our bodies are preparing to change with the Earth, but you still have not exactly answered my question about what you think, and I understand you're not a prophet, but what physical effects we might observe with no magnetic field.
I believe to an individual, to our bodies, being in the absence of magnetic fields for some may be a very unusual, very strange feeling.
Wouldn't kill us.
I believe it's a very empowering, a very freeing experience, Art, because it's the encumbrance of the magnetic fields. We've lived in the density of these magnetic fields for so long in our memory, we may have forgotten what it feels like for us to be in the nakedness, if you will, of low or zero magnetics. So, for example, you said just the other evening, you had interviewed one of the astronauts.
Dr. Mitchell last night, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to use this as an example. PBS did a special a few months ago where they interviewed many of the astronauts who had left substantially all of the Earth's magnetic fields in their space experiences.
They haven't done so well, frankly.
Well, here's what happened to them.
Well, all right, we're at the bottom of the hour, so okay. This is a good place to hang everybody up. Stay right there. Greg Braden is my guest, and it should be obvious to you now what we are discussing. In about 30 minutes, I believe we'll start to take some calls. I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. This is Coast to Coast AM.
Now, here again is Art Bell.
Once again, here I am. Top of the morning, everybody. Greg Braden is here. And my, what a story we're seeing or hearing unfold before our ears. It all kind of comes together, doesn't it? Anyway, back now to Greg Braden and the serious business of our Earth, and really us. This has as much to do with us, if not more, than our Earth. Our Earth probably has been through changes many, many times, as we've already documented. The question is how we will fare through these changes. Now, we've talked a little bit about 0 point, and it doesn't sound like there'll be any, at that point at least, any tremendous Earth physical, geological changes. Is that true or is that false?
I believe we're witnessing the changes now, Art. I think that we're living. I've had many people in my lectures and seminars say, when does 0 point begin? And we're living this process. The ancients called the shift of the ages now, as we witness the magnetics falling and the frequencies increasing, the weather patterns changing. Many people feel like time is speeding up in their world because our bodies are tuned to the pulse of the Earth.
So right on. I've got two things that I would like to report to you that just came in, all right?
All right.
One is from CBS, up to the minute news. On the El Nino watch, forecasters are predicting the weather system this weather system is indeed now going to bring severe weather to the western U.S. That's exactly what Colorado got when a blizzard struck last week. The jet stream literally came down on deck and took thousands of trees and turned them into twigs. In other words, actually just simply wiped them clean. You can imagine the kind of winds that took. That's one report that I've got this morning. Another is that there has been an earthquake near Quebec City in Canada. Now, I would like confirmation of that. They're saying it was a 5.2 on the Richter scale near Montreal. I've not heard confirmation of that, but I would certainly like it. Then I've got a question from a geologist for you. Dear Art, I too am a geologist. My senior research project in college was magnetism, so I haven't been lost on the technical portion of Mr. Braden's interview. However, I don't feel comfortable with his optimism. First, according to my references, 100,000 years ago was probably the last reversal. It would be interesting in looking at any new data updating the last event. For myself, though, a reversal would have potentially very serious consequences. The reason I say this is that we are protected from the extreme solar radiation by the Van Allen belt. The Van Allen belt is generated by the Earth's magnetic field. I believe we would be subjected to tremendous levels of radiation. The unused DNA are residual from when we first formed from a slime to every evolution since. And I wonder how you, Greg, react to that.
Well, there's a couple of different questions going on there. I agree that if we were to remain static as we see ourselves today in the presence of this kind of change, we'd probably have some very dire consequences, and I do not see that happening. Alan Cox, out of Stanford University in the mid-'60s, put together a series, one of the best series that I've seen of the reversals of Earth's magnetic poles. And according to Alan's work, and I've had a lot of discussions with other researchers about this, Alan shows these reversals coming much more recently than that 100,000 years ago. He shows them up as recently as 10 to 13,000 years ago. They correlate very well with the melting of the last ice age.
Yes, well, that would seem to make the Faxer's argument. In other words, if the ice caps, for example, were to melt,
sure,
you can't consider that to be a trivial occurrence, considering what it would do to the ocean levels and the coastal areas now inhabited with billions of people.
I believe that there are many different levels of looking at this. On a physical level, our technology is based on electromagnetics. Anything based on electromagnetics in an electromagnetic null zone obviously is not going to function during that time. Weather patterns that are driven or buffered by Earth magnetics and solar winds, the very impulses that we're looking at right now,
yes,
coming to Earth, we're buffered in large part by the magnetic fields of the Earth.
The Van Allen belt,
precisely,
created or maintained by the magnetic field. So if that were to go away, Greg,
if that were to go away and we were not changing, I think the consequences would be the dire consequences that we're looking at. What I believe we're witnessing, and this is why we laid the foundation.
I understand. You're suggesting that we will adapt genetically to these new conditions. Otherwise, we're going to be the Earth's future renewal of fossil fuel.
I believe that we're adapting as we speak. It's happening within this generation, and that is why I introduced at a very high level the research suggesting that something has changed in our DNA. For example, the breakdown of the ozone, which has not been confirmed to occur from
CFCs,
chlorofluorocarbons. That's suspected to be that way. There is a whole parallel body of research showing that something very positive is happening there, Art. The high frequency ultraviolet that's being allowed to penetrate to the surface of the Earth,
yes,
is the same frequencies that we generate artificially in our laboratories to cure AIDS right now. And it's coming naturally to the Earth. Now, how life forms adapt to that is being determined by the life forms themselves. And this is why we're bringing in this whole discussion of DNA. We have apparently a variable code, if we're to believe this.
Well, I don't know about adaptation. I talk frequently with Stan Deo down in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a big international broadcast here on the Internet. And Stan tells me that school children, for example, in Australia, are now required to wear headgear to school because of the amount of UV radiation they're experiencing down there closer to the South Pole. Now, that doesn't sound like they're adapting,
well,
except they're wearing hats.
If they didn't wear that, what would happen?
They would get skin cancers, they'd get glaucomas, etc.
Okay, NASA...
Or maybe you're right, and maybe some would get skin cancers and glaucomas, and then maybe in another generation there would be people would adapt.
NASA sent a team down, and this made front page news in the Western media. It was on Time magazine and in Newsweek. They sent a team down in '93 and '94 to look at the effects. They believe there would be a massive die-off of single-celled organisms and organisms low in the food chain in Antarctica.
Already underway
in response to the ozone breakdown.
Yep.
To their amazement, Art, what they discovered was not only was there not a die-off occurring, but these organisms thrive in this light. They thrive in this light. So the question comes, why is it that some organisms bode well and others may not? This comes back.
Well, the question is, are we going to be one of the ones that does well?
We are determining that. I believe we're determining that now, during this generation, as we unearth, as we witness now the new research of what the ancients called the inner technology. We determine how we respond to these conditions. We determine how we respond to that light. It's not fixed. We determine how we respond to those lower magnetic fields and those increased pulses. And this is where
well, what my faxer was doing was questioning the reason for your optimism that we would make that adjustment.
My optimism stems from, and again, we're looking at the whole context. This is where it's so easy to look at one isolated phenomenon out of context.
Okay.
We're reminded through the ancient traditions that something very unique is happening now, and that this is a time to redefine the parameters of human existence. Rare, by any standards, rarely do we have the opportunity to do that. Now, we didn't know what that meant until relatively recently when we discovered that there is a direct link between emotion and DNA. Now, as we go back into the ancient texts, and we see what the focus through the indigenous traditions and through the Eastern traditions and the Tibetan traditions, the Essenes, the Egyptians, they were focused on what I believe was a highly sophisticated technology of developing the kinds of thoughts, feelings, and emotions that optimize human potential. They called it compassion. And I think it's really interesting that compassion is playing such a huge role in our lives today, rather than use the word compassion. Some people may not like to talk about that word. What we can do is view compassion as a form of emotion and witness what focused emotion, how that technology allows us to hone biologically the way that we represent ourselves in this world. So how we feel about these changes, I think, is the key. And that's what we're asked to look at in the presence of one another today.
All right. Here's somebody who says, Greg, if there's a chance that humans alter their own DNA relative to their situations, could this be why the Department of Defense funded the Human Genome Project? I always have been somewhat bothered by the Department of Defense being in charge of the Genome Project.
Sure. And I as well. You know, we live very close to one of the largest genetics labs in the country right now as we've re-geared from nuclear research into the last great frontier. And again, Art, to some listeners, this may seem very different from talking about the magnetics and frequency that we began with. And if we allow that we're talking about systems of energy, patterns of energy changing, I believe the answer to the listener's question is yes. We have this massive potential within our gene pool. And as we are seeing individuals now respond to life through new choices of life, we're seeing them genetically enable these dormant genetic codes, and all of a sudden they've got these tremendously enhanced immune systems.
Greg, I really appreciate your optimism, but it has to be noted that there are many, many species, more than I could count, that have become extinct on Earth. Poof.
Precisely.
Gone away. Now, I would like to be optimistic, but there is always the possibility that we don't adapt and we become one of the countless gazillion species that has come and...
Oh, I agree 100%, Art. I certainly agree with that. What I believe is that some will choose to adapt and some will not. And we're seeing that happen now as we have a precedent for it already. We have individuals who have chosen to enable the immune systems of their bodies to the point where AIDS is no longer... We will never...
That's a scientific fact. All right, we've got a break here at the top of the hour. Relax, we'll be right back. Greg Braden is my guest. He's right. There are some people immune, I don't mind using the word, to the AIDS virus. Now, I wonder how they managed that.
This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is. Greg Braden is my guest, and yes, we will begin taking calls here shortly. So line up as appropriate. And we'll see if you have questions, and I just bet you do. And what a fascinating, absolutely fascinating night. He does have 2 books, by the way. Now, I do want to give him a chance to plug his books. One is called Awakening to 0 Point, which is what we've been talking about tonight. And then the newer, Walking Between the Worlds, or The Science of Compassion, which is just what we talked about with respect to emotions and how they are changing. Now, I can't deny that is occurring because I wrote of it in my own book, The Quickening. Now, whether this adds up to something that is going to change our genetic code that will allow us to live through and into the new changes that are coming, or the event, if you will, that is coming, Greg would call it 0 point or pole reversal. I would call it an event. Whether it's going to allow us to change and make it through that or not, Greg is very optimistic. I am not quite so optimistic, though I am not convinced either way. Greg, let me read this to you. Dear Art, by Greg's own admission, the lava record indicates that the Earth's magnetic field has gone through several inversions. Therefore, there must have been several times in the course of human history where we have experienced 0 points, at least in relation to the Earth's magnetic field. If this is the case, and Greg's assertion is that this may cause spontaneous changes in human DNA, please ask him if he's encountered any historical evidence of DNA changes in relation to previous magnetic inversions in the Earth's magnetic field.
Is that my turn now?
Oh, yeah. It certainly is.
What a great question. It's the answer is I have not encountered that evidence because we do not have recorded human history going back far enough to delve into whatever happened during those last magnetic reversals. Again,
a very good point. I'll add, though, in support of you, Linda Howe's report this last Sunday, that Neanderthal man, apparently, according to the latest research, has no apparent DNA relationship to modern man.
Right.
Now, that is quite a shocker.
It is, and I always have to wonder when I first read that report 3 years ago in the tech journals, and I wondered why I didn't see it in Time magazine. You know, the implications are vast for a body of work like that, and it wasn't until We did see that in Time Magazine and Newsweek in, I guess, maybe August 1997, just last few months.
All right, one other quick little thing. We have been having a rather uncomfortable swarm of earthquakes on the border between my state, Nevada, and California.
Yes.
In recent days, quite a large number of earthquakes. As a matter of fact, I now have confirmation of at least a 5.0 earthquake near Quebec that just occurred. In Mammoth, they've been swarming with earthquakes, which is probably related to the movement of magma,
right,
is my guess. And as you suggested earlier, the Earth now has a disproportionate large increase in the number of earthquakes. How large an increase is it?
It's a logarithmic increase. I don't know the sheer numbers, Art. I know there was a study, and I'd be happy to fax this to you at the end of the show. There was a study done between 1963 and 1993. I sensed that there was an increase. I didn't really have anything to hang that on, and this study was just published in 95, and it said there's a logarithmic increase in both the number of quakes overall and the severity of the quakes, and we're seeing more quakes in the level 5, 6, and 7 on the Richter scale than we've ever seen before. Going back now, let's tie back into one of the parameters we spoke about earlier. We've spoken quite a bit about magnetics, and I'm sure we will more before the evening is over. The base frequency of the Earth, I believe, is tied to these magnetic, or rather the seismic activity.
Now, can you tell me, it was at roughly 7.8 hertz?
7.8, this is tremendously controversial now, Art, where these measurements are coming from and how they're being done.
Yes.
They were first recorded a little over 100 years ago, 1898, in just south of Denver, Colorado. It's 7.8 cycles per second, 7.8 hertz.
Hertz, yeah.
And we believe that was a constant up until the mid-'80s is when we began seeing it change. Independent researchers globally now have documented 7.8 to 8, 8.23, 8.6, all the way up to 9 hertz that I've seen personally. Now, some researchers have recorded higher readings. I have not seen that, so I can't substantiate that.
But even 7.8 to 9 hertz is a relatively large movement indeed in that short a period of time.
It is. You know, there's almost, and maybe you found this, I have not read your book, and maybe you found this with the people you were working with. There, almost universally, there seems to be a sense within people that time is speeding up. Have you found that in your...
Have I found that? You see, people aren't going to believe this, Greg, but Greg has not been a listener to the show. He might have heard a couple of tapes in the past or something.
That's what I've heard.
Is that right?
Yes.
I've been hardly talking about anything else. Yes, that is the centerpiece of my book. That in every... Now, I'm a talk host, Greg. I've been doing this program for 14 years. And it comes down to this. In every single aspect of human endeavor, political, economic, social behavior, the weather, the environment, the ecology of the earth, and I could go on and list a million different things, that events are accelerating at an exponential rate. Things are going faster and faster and faster. You can say, if you wish, time is moving faster, but events are quickening.
Yes.
And that's where the title of my book came from. I called it The Quickening.
Well, your book and the first chapter of 0 Point have a lot in common there. And as I began investigating this particular phenomenon, and again, this is one of the places where I'm seeing the boundaries between the sciences break down. Rather than looking at physics or chemistry or biology, we're looking at vibratory patterns of energy.
Well, we do mesh, because I wrote my book from the perspective of somebody who watches the news and daily events very, very carefully. By the day, I spent hours looking at it. And I began saying on the air, look, something's going on. It's changing. We're headed towards something.
Well,
let me finish if I could. And people would call me up and they'd say, no, Art, it's not true. What you're seeing is the new world of instant communication, where all of this news is suddenly available to us. And I thought, well, maybe they're right. So that's what set me on the quest that ended up in my writing that book. I wanted to document that indeed these changes really are occurring and that it's simply not a product of our modern communications. And that's what my book was all about.
Well, I find that's really fascinating because as I was developing the information for laying the groundwork for the 0 Point book, what I found working with life scientists is that this pulse, this resonant frequency of the Earth, every cell of every organism is tuned to this pulse, and our bodies included. And as this pulse increases, then in a very real sense to us, it does appear that time is speeding up because our bodies are working day and night to match this pulse. As we've moved from 7.8 to whatever it is, whether it's 9 or higher right now, our bodies now strive to match that pulse. And in a very real sense, time has sped up to our bodies.
And again, I'm getting all of these listeners sending hundreds of faxes talking about temporary magnetic deviations from, 7 or 8 degrees all the way to 15 degrees at times, and then it will swing back. And you call that a hiccup?
Well, that's a geologic term. It's kind of a nickname. As we go back into the rock record, as we go back into, also in ice cores, we can see, and more recently when events of this magnitude have occurred, they're recorded in ice as well, that there are certain phenomena that are associated with the declining of the magnetic field just prior to the point where they fall to zero. One of the things that we see in the records is just before the magnetic fields drop to zero, you'll see them jump, making very radical shifts from the orientation where they've maybe been for hundreds or thousands of years, and they'll begin to flip-flop around. And it appears, Art, that when the fields finally drop to zero, it's not a clean drop, but they drop to zero, and actually the poles will do a 180-degree flip-flop within the period of a very short period of time.
Yeah, I was about to ask about that. How long would you imagine, or even guess, that we might be at 0 Point before it flipped?
Okay, this is one of the places where the text, the ancient text, I believe, can be useful, and it may be less scientific to look at it this way. You cannot measure the brief periods of time in the rock record. So all we see is that for geologically a brief period of time, the magnetics were at rest, and then they reversed. When we go into the ancient texts, and some of them are not written texts, they're the traditions, the oral traditions of the Hopi.
Yes.
For example, who say that we've lived in a dream and we're about to wake up from that dream into a new dream. Or the Essene traditions, for example, they suggest that this period of time lasts roughly 3 days. It's roughly a 3-day.
Oh, that's very short.
Magnetic null until the magnetic field stabilizes once again. And the Hopi, if it did happen 3,600 years ago, as they suggest, the Hopi lived through it, and it was a very empowering experience.
All right, now I've heard various descriptions of what would occur with a polar shift. So let us imagine we make it through this 0 Point time, which would be a pretty big panic point for the human population, and the poles reverse. I've heard stories that range all over the map about what would occur with a polar reverse. The ice caps might melt. We could have winds 600 to 800 miles an hour on the face of the globe. Continents could begin to shift, or maybe nothing will happen. What's your take?
Well, again, we were getting into this just before one of our past breaks.
Right.
On the physical processes driving this, the rotation of the Earth is key. When I was in school, I was taught that Earth's rotation is a constant. We now know that that's simply not true. That Earth has rotated so fast in our recorded history that our year has been 360 days long, and that it's been now it's at a very slow point, 365 and a quarter days long. So I would expect that during this time, it's the change of Earth's rotation, that changing of the speed of Earth's rotation that causes those high winds. As Earth shifts its rotation, the atmosphere is still rushing over the surface, creating the high winds, the sloshing of the oceans onto the continents, things like that. And I fully...
Now, I know that you want to be optimistic, but give us a scientific assessment of what you really think would occur on the reversal.
Well, I have to be to do it responsibly and professionally. And
Yes.
in the brief period of time that we have here, what I would fully expect to see high winds. I'd expect to see oceans sloshing onto the continents. I would expect that there would be some portions of the world certainly that are experiencing more dramatic extremes than others. Anything based on our power grids would not work during that period of time.
Oh, boy.
And all of these, now this is where I get back to what we were doing before, because I don't think we can separate them. All of those phenomenon, how we are determining now how we interpret those kinds of phenomenon. We're determining right now, I'm not painting a rosy picture saying that it's just going to be like we get up one day and this thing happens and then we all go back to work. Our lives will never be the same again. Mm-hmm. And that's precisely what the ancient traditions say to us. They say this is the time. The Hopis say that we wake up into this new dream, or the Essene text say that this is the time that we redefine the parameters, the emotional parameters. We're redefining hate in our world.
So you're virtually suggesting that our emotions are like a weather vane pointing toward this change, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's a fair statement.
Okay. It was one I just plucked out of nowhere. Stand by, and we'll get back to you. The reason I said that is because, again, this is my wife's current favorite song, and she claims it is true of her, and I think it's true of all women, not just today, but true of all women nearly all the time. There'll be some argument about that, but you see what you think.
This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now here again is Art.
Once again, here I am. Greg Braden is my guest. Even with a 5-hour radio program, there's not enough time to cover this subject adequately, so we're going to start taking rapid-fire questions from the audience shortly, I promise you. All right, Greg Braden is a geologist. Greg Braden worked in the space sciences. Greg Braden had 2 near-death experiences, and so he is a man of hard science who has applied additional knowledge gleaned in these areas to what he is now telling you about what we're headed toward, or maybe I should say racing toward. Now, Greg, what I've got here is several faxes, and I want to read them to you, get a reaction, and then go to the phones.
Well, Art, before we do that,
yes, sir.
We've covered a lot of ground.
Oh, I know.
Last few moments, if I could, with just a couple of sentences, recap before we take those callers. Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that, but there's even something I want to do before that. I've got to pull you to do it, I guess.
Okay.
You've got 2 books. One is Awakening to Zero Point, and the other is Walking Between the Worlds,
yes.
The Science of Compassion. I take it that's your latest.
Yes, it is.
Okay. I also take it both these books are somehow available.
They are available through many bookstores, and I've got a couple of phone numbers here, if I could share those now.
Share those now.
The books are available at 1-800, another one of your 800 numbers.
Of course.
1-800-243-1438.
438.
Again, that's 1-800-243-1438.
Mm-hmm.
And for schedules of my journeys to sacred sites throughout the world or speaking engagements, it's area code 615-773-7691.
Let me do all that. Let me do all that again for the audience. The books are available at 1-800-243-1438. Now, is that a 24-hour number?
I believe it is, yes.
It is.
I know there are operators there right now.
Oh, okay. 1-800-243-1438. And your appearances, your schedule, all the rest of that at area code 615-773-7691. All right. If you would, give us a brief summary, as you will, and then we better start moving here, because even with 5 hours, we're running out of time.
Sure. The last hour and a half or so, we've been entertaining the possibilities that emotion and DNA somehow are playing a role in the way we're witnessing our lives unfold during this time of change.
Hear, hear.
Our own research now, our own Western science has demonstrated, it's documented in the open literature, that emotion literally is a programmer for at least some kinds of DNA. They haven't done everything, but they're saying emotion programs DNA. We are being asked to accommodate these great extremes of emotion. And that song you played, your wife's favorite, just before the break, is a beautiful example of that.
Yes.
So my question is, and this is what I refer to in the book, Walking Between the Worlds, could our greatest challenges now of health and relationship and our very survival be the way that we redefine the biological limits that we accepted at some point in our ancient memory? And now, as we're barreling down this road toward the shift of the ages, the falling magnetics, the increased frequencies, all of the phenomenon according or associated with that, we are asked to accommodate that through our emotions. And this is where I believe that we are remembering an ancient, highly sophisticated vibratory technology of moving chemical balances, pH balances through the cells of our bodies, and we call it emotion.
All right. I think Ann in Middletown, California, puts it just the way you would have it. She says, Art, why would anybody choose, and she underlines choose, to not be optimistic when it should be clear by now that optimism itself is the emotion that will create the DNA changes that will save us?
There's a self-answering question, and my response to that is, and the reason I'm sharing this tonight, Art, is I would never choose to persuade or convince anyone of anything, and we're simply offering a possibility. And the reason, the answer to her question is because many people do not know that we have a choice in terms of how we respond to these great challenges.
Well, that's for sure. That's right. They think these changes are going to occur, and we are insignificant ants walking around waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Precisely. And again, for people who don't like the words compassion or emotion, they can, and many of my colleagues are among those, when I substitute the word vibratory technology, all of a sudden they've got something they can deal with.
And they're more comfortable, yes.
And
all
we
right.
said the same thing.
All right, several questions. Greg, as this change develops, will it affect humans differently if they are closer to the poles or closer to the equator?
Wow, that's a great question, and it's one that I've had. In recent months, I think we have possibly gained some insight into that as we've seen what happened to the researchers at the South Pole in the presence of very low magnetics when they experienced emotions they didn't know what to do with.
Again confirming from Montreal, Associated Press, a quake in southern Quebec rattled residents for hundreds of miles around, cracking basement walls and stripping the action. In fact, at a pro hockey game, when they stopped hockey in Montreal, you know something happened.
Something did just happen.
That's right. All right. Here's one for you. Art, a comment and a question first. I have a youngster in my family who seems to have been born with a naturally high white count. The doctors are at a complete loss to explain it. As the youngster has undergone extensive testing, shows no sign of illness, given the current immune problems being experienced by so many, I wonder if this just might be a symptom of the emergent mutation that you are discussing right now.
I believe the answer to that is yes, Art, and it's documented well in the open literature. It's children where we've seen some of these changes, where children have actually eradicated cancer viruses from their bodies, HIV. They're not dormant. They eradicate them from their bodies, and they do it through their belief systems, what we would call today belief systems. And I believe the answer to that is yes. We're seeing these changes in children as well as adults in our population.
All right, Tim in Orlando, Florida says, Art, last summer, I visited Sunspot National Observatory at Cloudcroft, New Mexico. One of the researchers there that I spoke with was very concerned about the pulse of energy that had come from the sun just a few weeks prior to my visit. He seemed to feel there could be many more of these,
and that they could be more energetic and more frequent. He indicated that we really had dodged a bad situation that could have been devastating on our technology had it not just missed us. And this of course, on the heels of an announcement hours ago on CNN that there was a gigantic eruption on the sun. So, any comments?
Well, yes. First, we're told that we can expect to see more and greater events such as that between now for the next 4 years. Those impulses haven't dodged us. What's happened is that we've been buffered from them by the magnetic fields. And they have knocked out communication satellites. They've knocked out power grids on the poles. As those magnetics decrease, I believe that we'll feel more of the impact.
All right, here's one for you then. Fits right in. Greg, how will a decline, or an absence even, of the magnetic field, and certainly it's going to be in decline long before it's finally gone, but how will this decline affect our communication satellites, our GPS-type electronic compasses, aircraft navigation systems, all of that sort of thing? Frank in Custer, Washington.
It's already happened. We have documented cases where as the North and the South Poles are wandering, they're wreaking havoc on air traffic control, on GPS. Every 30 days, there is a new magnetic map that comes out for aviators, and the magnetics are changing so quickly that they can't even they're out of date by the time the new 30-day map comes about.
You're dead right. During one of these recent large magnetic shifts, they actually changed a runway in Portland.
Yes.
They actually changed a runway in Portland. The magnetic heading or something to get to it, I forget.
I think with these understandings, Art, now as we're watching migratory patterns of animals change in ways we've never seen before.
Yes.
And we acknowledge that they're navigating following magnetics. We know that's why whales are beaching themselves and birds are flying the wrong direction. Now that we know we've got 5 million or so magnetic particles in our brains, we have to say that we are affected somehow, that we're tuned to these magnetics as well.
All right. By now, we better get to the phones or they'll lynch me. I think we've laid it out pretty well. Here come the questions.
All right.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Greg Braden. Where are you calling from, please?
Tennessee.
Tennessee. All right, sir. Go right ahead.
Yes. I was wondering about, you said that many of the changes in the DNA structures could come from emotion. I was thinking that maybe it was endorphins, that made many of the changes, because when you're happy, it sets off endorphins, and a lot of times it cures certain ailments, even in cancer patients and stuff like that. It's been known to cure them, so I was wondering if that may be the case.
All right, chemical releases in our own body?
Certainly. What we now know, researchers have documented that emotion, every emotion that we have in our body has a chemical equivalent.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever emotions we're expressing in our lives, we call it emotion, and what we're really doing is we're technicians moving body chemistry, moving pH around in our cells. And endorphins are certainly a part of that. Hormones are part of that. Our endocrine system is all part of that. Highly sophisticated technology.
Mm-hmm. And in the case of the female half of the species, very confusing. Very confusing. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Greg Braden. Where are you calling from, please?
This is Dan in Virginia.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi, Dan.
It's a fantastic program tonight.
Thank you.
Greg, my sense of this is that the magnetic field is what holds our physical structure together, and what is happening is literally falling apart at this point in time. So when you read the prophecies and it talks about the end of the world, there is an end in this physical world, but another one is being created that's of a higher frequency, and we're just moving into this higher frequency, which is, of course, affecting our consciousness also. As the frequency is raising, our consciousness is also expanding.
Well, that's a good way to put it. In other words, yes, the world as we know it may end, but as it does, something else will begin.
We're redefining that world right now.
And again, I go to my book title, The Quickening. The quickening can also mean the very first movement that a woman feels within herself of new life. And so that may indeed be what it's all about. In other words, it may change and end as we know it. That doesn't mean all will end, but something new will begin. Is that fair?
I believe that we are both pioneers and midwives, all right, that we're birthing a new wisdom that transcends science and mysticism and religion, and while embracing all of those and carrying them to greater heights of understanding.
Mm-hmm. All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Greg Braden. Hello, where are you, please?
I am in Idaho Falls, Idaho.
All right. Go right ahead.
First of all, I love tonight's show. Unfortunately, I was unable to catch the first, 3 hours of it because something else had come up. But,
okay.
I probably had a weird little question. What kind of effect will this have on magnetic things such as like computers, disk drives, videotapes, audio tapes, stuff like that?
Well, you probably have enough information now from this show to answer that for yourself. Any technology based in magnetics and the requirement of magnetics, the presence of magnetics to move electrons through the circuits, that technology will probably not be valid during the time of this null zone.
Mm-hmm.
And the interesting thing, our outer technology, Art, the ancients tell us, mirrors and mimics our inner technology. And the capacitance, the resistance that we build on our machines, that's us in our cells.
Well, again, I appreciate your optimism about a rebirth and something new on the other side, but really, if you read not very far between the lines of what you're saying, the effects of no magnetic field and or a then quick reversal can't be minimized either.
I believe that there are some people that will adapt well to it, and I believe there are a lot of others that will not adapt well to it. And I'm not painting, my intent is not to paint a rosy picture. It's to demonstrate that this is a process that's unfolding, and that we have opportunities in terms of how we allow this process, what it means to us, and our context is so important. If this thing happens and we don't have context, it's frightening. If we are witnessing a context and we know what's coming down the road.
All right, Greg, let's try this on you. Let's take two separate examples. One is a person like myself who lives in a home dominated by electronics, computers, satellite uplinks, satellite downlinks. I've got 4 satellite dishes here. I've got stuff running all over the place. It is as much an electronic atmosphere as you would find on the planet of the Earth. And I live within and around this. I'm example A.
All right.
Let's then look at example B. Your basic modern caveman lives off the Earth, lives in a cave, sleeps on the dirt at night. When all of this comes down, which one of us is more likely to be around?
I believe we'll both be around, Art.
Let me you really are charitable.
Let me explain why. Because if we're witnessing, and again, we don't really have anything to compare this to.
Yeah, it's not like going from Windows 3.1.1 to Windows 95. The shock is going to be a lot bigger, you know.
If we're to believe what the 3,600 years ago, the Hopi record, what it meant to them, it said they were not in their normal conscious waking state, and that's why I hedge on this, because if we're not waking up in the morning, expect to turn our computers on, then we're not going to have the same impact. They said that they were in a dream, or essentially they were moving from one dream to another.
Uh-huh.
For example, and I know your listeners know about this, a little shift in magnetics we can see once a month during a full moon.
Right.
And we know what that does to people. What happens when a huge shift in magnetics occurs? What does that do to our senses? What does it do to our time, space?
Well, look, I do a talk show. People who work in emergency rooms, and I once did No, I was a medic in the Air Force. Full moons come, trouble comes.
Sure.
Everything is more extreme in every way. So what would a gigantic change do? It would magnify that many, many, many times.
People have experiences inside their bodies that they don't know what to do with during those times of changing magnetics. During total solar eclipses and lunar eclipses, it's even amplified more. I've watched large groups of people in public when this is happening, and I think the key is that we're probably, in all probability, I mean, we're talking about some pretty outrageous things here.
Yes.
In all probability, we're not going to be in our typical, normal, conscious waking state. We're going to be in a unified, altered state of some kind. We're probably not going to be reaching for those computers or reaching for the channel clicker immediately, anyway. And it's during that time that we have the opportunity to feel ourselves, to know ourselves in the absence of those magnetics.
Well, I still think your answer was mighty charitable, but I'll accept it. Stay right there, Greg. We're at the top of the hour. Greg Braden is my guest. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.